Chapter 520. Obviously, the tree goddess did not want to have any conflict with the trio here. Ho Mingming condensed the black bough in her hand and said, "Give me the information about the entrance to the upper level. Otherwise, this battle is inevitable." The girl frowned slightly and pondered for a while. Several branches grew and formed an arrow that pointed to the depths of the green corridor. "You'd better not let me know that you're lying to me." Ho Mingming looked at the petite girl from afar and smiled wantonly. "You'll die a horrible death." However, the girl did not say anything, as if she did not hear Ho Mingming's threat. Ho Mingming snorted and raised her head, gesturing to Zhao Wenlong, who was in front of her. Under the command of the commander, Zhao Wenlong did not hesitate and walked onto the stone path in front of him. Inevitably, when the trio walked through the green corridor, they bumped into the young man, who was entangled by the branches and struggling crazily. The young man's struggle stopped for a moment as he watched the trio walk over. Suddenly, air blades appeared on his body and cut the surrounding branches crazily. The young man shouted, "Xian, why won't you let me go over?" With that sentence, the green corridor instantly came alive. Not only did it come alive, but it even rioted. The battle between the two of them escalated. The trio's expression changed, but before they could react, they were flipped over by the green ocean. The three of them nimbly turned their bodies and rose and fell in the rapid movement of the green leaves. As the waves surged, the trio landed steadily at the end of the corridor. It looked like a dead end, but that was not the case. There was actually an exit on the left, but it was blocked by the lush branches. The moment the trio landed, Ho Mingming knocked her bow and shot an arrow at the tree wall formed by the dense branches. She shouted, "Prepare for battle!" The trio was on high alert, but they saw the tree wall in front of them gradually thinning and the branches slowly shrinking. Through the gaps between the branches, they saw a stone staircase leading up and two busy figures. To be exact, there were 3 figures. 2 of them were staff members in bright yellow suits. At that moment, they were trying their best to save a contestant who was entangled by a branch and pierced through. Ho Mingming put down her bow. She did not want to accidentally hurt the staff. The student who was being resuscitated was in a terrible state. His entire body was covered in tree branches, and the so-called entanglement was not limited to the outside of his body. The tree branch was like a needle and thread piercing through the contestant's body from the chest to the back, then turning around and stabbing back. His upper body, arms, thighs, ankles, every part of his body was pierced by tree branches. It was a painful sight to behold. Is this the masterpiece of the female tree goddess? The little girl was so cute, but she turned out to be a ruthless Lolita? What kind of message did this scene convey? The girl named Xian really didn't want to have any conflict with the trio. Not only did she make way for them, but she also manipulated the tree branches to flip everyone away the moment the battle started. After that, she also opened the tree wall that led to the upper level. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but sigh and say, "You two are really famous. You're such a powerful tree goddess, yet you really made way for the 2 of you without hesitation. Not a single cent of interest." Ho Mingming didn't say anything, as if she thought that this was how the world was supposed to work and there was no need to make a fuss. Zhao Wenlong said in a low voice, "There are only a few who act impulsively. Although we're in her territory, we still have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. She probably isn't willing to take the risk." Ho Mingming snorted and said, "She just doesn't dare to fight us. Those trees and twigs are just bait that will lead a lot of people to her. Do you think she's happy to help others find their way?" Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "No. When we followed the tree gnomes, they pretended to be dead. Clearly, they didn't want us to follow them." Ho Mingming raised her eyebrows and followed her team members up the stairs. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, "That female tree goddess should have summoned a lot of tree venomous centipedes to look for a way around. The tree venomous centipede that we followed should have gone the wrong way or ended up in a dead end. Hence, it followed Master's aura to look for Master and told him that the path was blocked. In the process, the tree goddess should have found the right entrance with the help of a certain tree gnome. We just happened to arrive. I don't think such a girl would hunt here." Ho Mingming listened to Jiang Zhao's analysis with interest and asked, why? Jiang Zhao climbed to the 5th floor and said, judging from her actions just now, she's calm, wise, knows how to judge the situation, and knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's impossible for such a person to fight against all the contestants by herself. Eliminating students won't give her any points. After all, the real goal of the contestants is to gain a foothold on the 7th floor. Ho Mingming nodded thoughtfully. In other words, the contestant who was pierced and the one who was imprisoned should have been accidentally encountered by her instead of hunting. Jiang Xiao nodded. I think she's the one who was ambushed. All of a sudden, the trio, standing at the entrance of the 5th floor, were stunned. A voice came from the invisible earphones. There are 16 people on the 7th floor. The countdown begins in 15 minutes. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. How long has it been since the start of the competition? In less than 2 hours, there are already 16 people on the 7th floor. Are you guys Benbo Erba? How did you climb the tower so quickly? Let's go. Ho Mingming quickly chose a path. The holy ground at the top of the ancient tower was on the 7th floor. In other words, the higher they climbed, the more masked monks they would encounter. Jiang Xiao and the others had seen what the 5th floor at the top of the ancient tower looked like, and it was indeed true. At this moment, Ho Mingming could already hear the sounds of battle coming from various paths. Therefore, the path without the sounds of battle was most likely the correct path. As expected, under Ho Mingming's command, the path the trio took was littered with the corpses of the monks. It was obvious that there were many players, or even many parties, who had passed through this path time and time again. Almost all the monks along the path had been killed. Under Ho Mingming's guidance, everyone quickly climbed the tower. On the 6th floor at the top of the ancient tower, at the entrance of the stone steps leading to the 7th floor, it could be said to be filled with flames, flying everywhere, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling. A beautiful girl who was about 165 centimeters tall was now climbing on the roof of the stone steps leading to the 7th floor, enduring the continuous bombardment of gravel from above. If Jiang Xiao was there, he would immediately recognize that this was the short-haired girl who had teased him with her abs. Her body moved left and right, agile and quick. She really looked like a small spider crawling around. After a few ups and downs, the girl who was climbing on the wall suddenly looked up, only to see a sea of fire spreading and igniting the entire stone path. What was even more terrifying was that the wind was sweeping and the fire was fueled by the wind. Her expression changed drastically. Unable to crawl in the sea of fire, she could only retreat quickly and finally land firmly on the 6th floor. After returning to the 6th floor, she quickly turned around and leaned against the wall on the side. On the stone path to her right, a long flame dragon roared out. Ah! The girl leaned against the wall and stomped her feet angrily. She cursed. Bastard, just you wait. Just as she was cursing, she sensed that someone was coming. She hurriedly turned her head and saw a bald, burly man who was 2 meters tall. Xingyan? The girl used both her hands and feet and hurriedly climbed up the wall. She did not intend to appear in the path of the bald, burly man. She knew this burly man with a unique image. He was the famous Southwest Star Warrior University's king of duels, Xingyan. The bald, burly man had a fierce face and his muscles were bulging. The camouflage military uniform he was wearing was bulging, making people worry that his clothes would explode at any time. He strode to the side of the entrance of the stairs. Looking at the fierce fire, he could not help but grin and speak in passable Mandarin. Zhu Fengyu, where are your teammates? As he spoke, he grabbed and a rectangular shield that was more than 2 meters long quietly appeared in his hand. On the shield, there was even a ferocious beast's face. The beautiful girl pouted and looked aggrieved. The two of them have already gone up. They should be disintegrating the enemy's interior now. I'll be able to go up in a while. Umph, Xingyan snorted coldly. Just you wait. As he spoke, he leaped and landed directly in the middle of the raging and roaring fire dragons. Zhu Fengyu's beautiful big eyes turned slightly, and a smile appeared on her small face. She had a plan in her heart. Her delicate and pretty look was extremely cute. She leaped too and her petite body landed directly behind Xing Yin. Xing Yin was more than 2 meters long and had broad shoulders. In order to protect his whole body in the flames, the shield he held up was very wide. The back had indeed become a piece of pure land. It was cool under a big tree. Zhu Fengyu put her small hands behind her back and smiled. She followed Xing Yin and walked forward. As they walked, Zhu Fengyu smiled charmingly. "Hey, big guy, do your best. After you go up, our team will protect you and guarantee that you will enter the top 32. Xing Yin was indeed a strong man of steel. He held the beast face shield in one hand and resisted the ferocious fire and wind blade attacks. Step by step, he fought steadily and pushed forward step by step. He actually managed to create a path among the wind and fire dragons. Xing Yan's voice was hoarse as he said, "If you want to follow, then follow. Don't disturb me." Zhu Fengyu felt wronged after being scolded. She couldn't help but make a face at the huge figure in front of her and stuck out her tongue. Suddenly, the wind and fire died down and the gravel came. The sound of the small gravel hitting the shield was crisp and sweet. Zhu Fengyu was still enjoying the protection, but she heard a loud sound coming from the shield. Dong! The huge rock carried a huge force and smashed heavily on Xing Yan's beast face shield. It actually smashed him down. Zhu Fengyu's eyes narrowed, and she hurriedly jumped back. After a few flips, she had already landed back on the ground of the 6th floor. The huge figure in front of her was still smashing behind her. Zhu Fengyu hurriedly dodged to the side. The huge rock, along with Xing Yin, smashed onto the stone wall in the distance. "Big guy, you don't have enough strength?" Zhu Fengyu jogged over. She tilted her head and looked at Xing Yin, who was sandwiched between the huge rock and the wall. Xing Yin looked embarrassed. He grabbed the huge rock in front of his chest with both hands and tore it to both sides. Even the camouflage clothes on his body were torn apart. This time, Xing Yin didn't even summon his shield. He grabbed with his right hand, and a huge black and green axe with a long handle quickly formed. Green light floated on the long black axe. It was dreamy and illusory. The huge axe's head was thicker than Xing Yin's upper body. He exerted strength on his back, and his legs buckled. His muscles tightened, and he suddenly rushed out. The broken gravel splashed on Zhu Fengyu's body, and she stomped her feet in pain. Xing Yin had already reached the entrance of the stone steps, and he swung his axe up. Xing Yin roared. 5 soldiers split the mountain. Zhu Fengyu, who was at the side, was shocked. "If you want to fight, then fight. What does this mean? Is he going to tell a fairy tale?" The next moment, Zhu Fengyu opened her small mouth wide, and she was dumbfounded. She saw the black and green axe lift up, and dozens of black and green semicircular arcs were quickly thrown out. They instantly extinguished the sea of fire that filled the stone steps passage, crushed the falling boulders, and directly rushed up to the 7th floor, which was more than 20 meters away. "Ah!" A scream came from above. Xing Yan's eyes were fierce. He stomped his feet, and the ground shook 3 times. His huge body directly rushed up. In his anger, he directly burst out with his native accent. "F*CK, you mother *cur. Who are you trying to block me?" 10 seconds later, everyone in the tower heard the referee's voice through the invisible headphones. "The number of people on the 7th floor is less than 16. The countdown stops at 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Zhu Fengyu, who was still on the 6th floor, was stunned. Xing Yin had just gone up, but why were there fewer people? What was going on? Could it be that Xing Yin was angry? Did he go up and kill the person who blocked him just now? Zhu Fengyu was secretly speechless. She could only hear the battle roars from above. It seemed that no one was blocking the passage anymore. Zhu Fengyu carefully climbed up. Her sneaky look was quite funny, but she found that there were 2 unfriendly students at the door, but they did not attack her. Zhu Fengyu blinked her big eyes. She hurriedly went up to the 7th floor. At the same time, the referee's voice came through the invisible headphones again. "The number of people on the 7th floor is 16. The countdown continues, 11 minutes and 32 seconds. Wow. Zhu Fengyu saw that there were a few participating students comforting Xing Yin. Besides Xing Yin, there was a contestant whose body was broken, covered in wounds, and bleeding nonstop tsk tisk. Zhu Fengyu retracted her gaze and saw a few participating students surrounding the door. They were the enemies who had blocked her from going up, and now Zhu Fengyu waved her small hand. Come, I will help you. Let's block the road together. No one can come up. Chapter 521. I'll write more words and hope that everyone will be happy. Hurry, left. Ho Mingming ordered. The more and more monks there were, the easier it would be for the three of them to find the right path because the correct path had been cleared by the contestants. With Ho Mingming's permission, Zhao Wenlong directly ascended to the 6th floor of the ancient tower. However, everyone's faces stiffened. 5 forks? 5 alleys? How do we get there? Ho Mingming shot a fire arrow at each path and hesitated for a moment before saying, second from the left, let's go. The three of them sprinted quickly and saw corpses along the way, which made Ho Mingming feel much better. The large number of corpses proved that the route might be correct. Unexpectedly, after 2 minutes of fighting and running, they saw a tall figure coming towards them. He had a handsome face and a ponytail at the back of his head. The problem was that his hair was not pure black. Instead, it seemed to have a severe case of gray hair, causing his hair to be alternating between black and white, making it look gray overall. There was also a blue and white hairband tied behind his head. As he ran, the blue and white hairband flew along with his ponytail. When the tall and handsome young man saw the tall and cold Ho Mingming, his eyes lit up and he yelled, "Beauty, turn around and go back. You've gone the wrong way." At such a critical moment, he's still so glib-tongued. His personality is rather cheerful. At the next moment, 4 monks dashed out from the corner behind him. 2 of them were silver and the other 2 were gold. They seemed to be a hunting team. Ho Mingming looked extremely sullen and raised her hand to shoot a string of arrows. The young man's expression changed, and he hurriedly lowered his body, arched his legs, and leaped forward. His entire body was almost parallel to the ground. Not far behind him, a series of explosions rang out incessantly. Jiang Shao recognized the unique guy, Wenren. Logically speaking, the surname was uncommon, but Jiang Shao had already seen it twice. The first time was during the national competition with Wenrenmu, who had the spatial star technique. Now, the tall and handsome young man with a ponytail in front of him was called Wenren Tai. He was a celebrity student. Of course, strength was one thing, but the main thing was that he was handsome and rich. He changed girlfriends like he was changing clothes. Therefore, he was very famous, but his reputation was not very good. The 3 of them didn't have time to think too much. They hurriedly turned around and ran. Even someone as calm as Zhao Wenlong was a little anxious at this moment. Were they going to fail at the last step? 6 or 7 minutes. Even if they found the entrance to the upper level, there would probably be people guarding the entrance, right? Suddenly, Ho Mingming stopped and said, "Do you smell it?" Zhao Wenlong, what? Ho Mingming said, "It's the smell of trees." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Maybe it's the female tree goddess." Enemy attack. Ho Mingming suddenly drew his bow and shot an arrow, aiming at a corner far away. Everyone looked over and saw 2 thick branches extending over. They were like venomous snakes, climbing up the wall and growing continuously. In the blink of an eye, they had already passed by everyone's side. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Exploration type, star technique. Let's follow the branches back. These branches should be able to provide her with a lot of information." Ho Mingming nodded repeatedly and said, "This star technique consumes a lot of star power. She won't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Let's go." Zhao Wenlong took the lead and searched in the direction where the branches came from. In less than 20 seconds, everyone who was running at top speed saw a miraculous scene. The female tree goddess had her eyes closed and was wrapped in a towering tree, revealing only her expressionless face. The towering tree could be said to be luxuriant and lush. The densely packed branches extended in all directions, covering the ground, the walls, and the ceiling. Sensing that someone was coming, the female tree goddess suddenly opened her eyes, and the branches that extended in all directions stopped growing. She actually began to retract them. The dense branches also wrapped around her body, which seemed to be a defensive posture. Is she not going to find the way? Jiang Xiao grabbed Ho Mingming's arm to prevent her from saying something inappropriate. He stood in front of Ho Mingming and frantically said to the giant tree in front of him, "Our goals are the same. We'll protect you. Don't worry about finding the way. The faster, the better. I know that this star technique of yours consumes a lot of star power. Even if you find the way, I'm afraid you won't be able to recover it in a short period of time. Let's make a deal. If you find the entrance to the upper level within 3 minutes, I'll guarantee that you'll enter the top 32. The dense branches became denser and denser, but she did not reveal her delicate face. Xian, am I right? I'm Jiang Xiaopi. I'm a wasteland reclaimer and a student of the Capital Star Warriors. I swear on my identity and honor that I'll do what I say. The tightly entangled branches stopped for a moment and slowly loosened. Xian's expressionless face was also revealed. He said in an ethereal voice, "Wasteland Reclaimer. Damn it, I'm not only a Wasteland Reclaimer, but also a Guardian of the Night." Jiang Xiao hurriedly nodded and said, "I'll do what I say. I promise." Xian was silent for a long time before he closed his eyes. The dense tree branches covered the sky and the earth, spreading out once more. While protecting Xian, the trio cleared the masked monks that were rushing over from all directions while waiting patiently. Not far behind the trio, Wenren was also extremely anxious, but he dared not leave to find the way. If there was enough time, he could totally follow the previous routine and look for the path with the least number of masked monks. He could then try to find the entrance to the upper level. It was undeniable that such a choice was most likely the right one. However, there was clearly no time now. No one was willing to take the gamble. Even if the success rate was high, they might still encounter the same situation as before. Everyone wanted to enter the top 32. Everyone wanted to be 100% on the right path. Time passed by, but Jiang Xiao was very patient. Everyone's current goal was to enter the top 32. Under special circumstances, their opponents could become allies. In Jiang Xiao's opinion, Xian had no reason to lie to him. If Xian failed to enter the top 32, wouldn't the Capital Star Warriors trio fail to enter the top 32? Of course, it would be worth it for others, but not for Xian. Her goal was not to help others hold Capital Star Warriors back. Her goal was to enter the top 32 and eventually the top 10 in the country. There was no enmity between the two parties, and the only possible conflict was that she clearly didn't treat Xian well just now. She could say all sorts of things, but her actions wouldn't be fake. According to Xian's ability to judge the situation and adapt to circumstances, Jiang Xiao believed that she wouldn't do anything unexpected given the trend of common interests. As expected, 1 minute and 47 seconds later, the spreading branches retracted rapidly and Xian opened her eyes. Jiang Xiao hurriedly walked over with a look of anticipation. Xian struggled gently and walked out of the giant tree. Her face was pale, and she wasn't in a good state. In fact, her footsteps were weak and her body was unstable. Clearly, she had expended a lot of star power. Xian stretched out her slender finger and pointed to the right. "Over there." "No problem." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and a ray of blessing landed. Xian immediately let out a nasal moan. Jiang Xiao squatted down and carried Xian on his shoulder like he was carrying a pig, regardless of whether she had snapped back to her senses or not. "Hurry up and go. We're running out of time." His actions did not cause the crowd to complain. Due to the fact that time was tight, the students couldn't be bothered anymore. They sped along the passage on the right. After a while, Xian, who was being carried on his shoulder, also snapped back to her senses. There was a slight blush on her fair and delicate face, and she circulated her star power in her hands, slowly lifting the branches on the ground. Everyone was still unclear about what it meant. After 100 steps, they discovered a fork in the road. The branches on the right were still sticking to the ground, but the branches on the left were wavy. Xian's ethereal voice sounded again. "Go to the left." "Understood." This time, Zhao and Long didn't need Xian Ian's guidance anymore. He immediately overtook Jiang Xiao and picked the wavy branches along the way. After running for 2.5 minutes, Ho Mingming's voice sounded. "We're almost there." "Almost there?" Everyone didn't stop. After turning another corner, they heard a faint explosion. Zhao Wenlong kicked away the ghost-faced monk who came to obstruct him. He looked over and saw a few figures surrounding the stone steps in the distance. In the passage of the stone steps, there were lightning, ice, fire, gravel, wind blades, all sorts of star techniques that surged out and blocked the path of the contestants. The students surrounding the entrance of the upper floor were covered in dust, anxious and furious. They stomped their feet and cursed, but their verbal attacks could not stop them from being intercepted by the upper floor. Among the members who attempted to climb the tower, there were clearly 2 fire mages. They were indignant, and hence, they used the fire pillar star technique and worked together to blast it upwards. It turned out that one's actions determined one's actions. What kind of position one stood in would determine what kind of things one would do. Back then, Wang Xingyan, the one-on-one challenger of the Southwest Star Warrior University, was a warrior. He scolded the higher-ups who tried to stop him, and then fought back bravely. He used his axe to create a path and rushed forward to kill the Demon King. Now, the former warrior had turned into a Demon King and was standing on the 7th floor, intercepting the new warriors below. The attacks of the 2 fire mages were obviously quite strong, and Xingyan, who was on the 7th floor, finally came out. Xingyan pulled away the rules awakened guarding the door and allowed his body to be bathed in flames. He then slashed down with his axe fiercely and used the 5 nails splitting the mountain move. 2 black and green wind blades struck, domineering and ferocious. The dark green wind blade directly cut through the fire pillar that was charging at it, and even caused 2 fire mages to vomit blood as they were sent flying backwards. The group of people were covered in dirt, and their expressions were extremely unsightly while cursing ceaselessly. However, all their various attempts were in vain, and the countdown was about to come to an end. 20 meters was such a short distance, but it seemed to be separated by a natural moat that prevented them from entering the top 32 in the country. Damn it, there are only 16 people on the 7th floor. There are still so many places. Why are you blocking? What should we do? What should we do? What can we do? We can't go up at all. With the strength of their defense, who can kill their way up? What other star skills do you have? Hurry up and try it. There are more people coming. What can they do? F*CK, it's all in vain. People from the capital Star Warrior. Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong. As soon as he said that, the movements of the students stopped one after another. Their eyes suddenly lit up with the light of hope, as if they had seen their savior. Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong. This was not an ordinary contestant. Rumble. A huge rock rolled down, and the entire passageway trembled. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Zhao Wenlong ran directly to the entrance of the stone steps. He first avoided the huge rock, and then looked toward the upper passageway, but another huge rock rolled down. Huh! Zhao Wenlong directly rushed up, and his fist burst with starlight as he punched out. The golden tiger roared and directly smashed the huge rock. Along the entrance of the upper passageway, a golden tiger directly rushed up. At the same time, a faint shadow hid among them and scurried up. Hee hee. Xingyan sneered and forcefully withstood the impact of the golden illusory tiger. The black and green giant axe in his hand slashed down again. The next moment, it was no longer 1 or 2 black and green wind blades. This was simply a wind blade storm. Zhao Wenlong, who had rushed up, was instantly cut by countless wind blades. Blood burst out, as if he was being torn by the sharp wind blades. Like a ball, he collided back and forth in the passageway and fell heavily back to the 6th floor. Along with it, the faint shadow that rushed up with the fierce tiger also disappeared without a trace. Zhao Wenlong's whole body was bleeding, and he dragged a long trail of blood on the ground. Finally, he hit the wall. In an instant, the 6th floor was completely silent. On the 7th floor, Xingyan carried the giant axe and looked down. He snorted disdainfully. Zhao Wenlong was one step ahead and prepared to open up a path. However, the effect was obviously not good. Ho Mingming quickly arrived, and the bow and arrows in his hand quickly gathered. On the 7th floor, Xing Yin faintly heard the sound below. He could not help but hold the giant axe tightly. The star power on the axe condensed, and he fiercely slashed down again. The black and green axe blade storm swept through the passageway of the stairs and even rushed into the long corridor of the 6th floor. Ho Mingming was shocked and hurriedly dodged. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Don't block the way!" A voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw a little toxic healer carrying a girl on his shoulder. Ring, 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 the bell rang and shuttled back and forth between Zhao Wenlong and Jiang Shao. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Shao had already arrived in front of the passageway of the stairs. Facing the gradually dissipating axe blade storm, Jiang Shao dragged Ho Mingming's body over. Exploding arrow. Ho Mingming was a little stunned. "You wanna..." A green light appeared in Jiang Zhao's hand. He grabbed Ho Mingming's arm with one hand and pushed her up fiercely. Whoosh, the students guarding the tower on the upper floor did not even have time to react. Just now, what flew over? Ho Mingming, who had taken off directly, was like a human cannonball. He quickly swept over everyone's heads, and his momentum did not decrease. He flew diagonally to the 7th floor. What is this? Ho Mingming was also a little confused. What is this? However, she reacted quickly and remembered Jiang Zhao's instructions. She hurriedly adjusted her body while flying in the air and shot an arrow. A series of exploding arrows were shot at the students guarding the entrance of the 7th floor. They exploded instantly. "Where's Zhao Wenlong?" Jiang Shao shouted. "Here." Zhao Wenlong's clothes were tattered and he was covered in blood, but his wounds had all healed. Compared to Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong clearly knew what Jiang Shao was going to do. He leaped and stepped on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. A green light appeared on Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and he pushed it up fiercely. "Open the way." Zhao Wenlong's feet collapsed, and he spun into the air. He flew up diagonally and kicked out a golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It roared out from the passageway of the stairs and directly rushed into the range of Ho Mingming's exploding arrows. The behemoth shook its head and tail. Not only did it flatten the black fog from the explosion, but it also swept away the students guarding the tower who were struggling to resist the bombardment. If it weren't for the girl on his shoulder, Jiang Shao would have already flashed up. However, since there was an agreement, he had to keep his promise. Jiang Shao carried Xian Iron and dashed forward. "I'm going to climb this floor today. Not only do I have to climb by myself, I also have to carry a person. Brothers, step back a little." Chapter 5:22. He went up. Damn it, he went up just like that. The group of students was dumbfounded. They had been attacking the entrance of the upper floor for a long time, yet the toxic healer went up as soon as he arrived. Weren't the people up there a bunch of demons? Why did they become a bunch of useless people now? Well, logically speaking, they had to find a reason from themselves. Look at Xia Yan. She's the domineering goddess of beauty in front of others, but she's a husky in front of the toxic healer and a coward in front of Han Jiangxue. The students reacted quickly and hurriedly climbed up. Finally, there was an expert who took the lead to break through the line of defense. It was a great opportunity to enter the semi-finals, and they had to seize it even if they had to. On the upper level, Zhao Wenlong and Ho Mingming didn't stop after climbing up, especially Ho Mingming, who shot out a series of arrows as if they were free. Ho Mingming's violent attacks were almost indiscriminate. By the time he climbed up, there were already 3 crimson arrows hanging in the sky, and they were raining explosive arrows down. 1 round of arrows was enough for him, but 3 rounds of arrows stacked on top of each other, be it dragons or tigers, they had to be quiet. That was indeed the case. Ever since Ho Mingming came up, the situation at the entrance of the 7th floor had changed. The other warriors all rose up to resist, but after they charged up, they joined forces with the Demon Kings and became new demon kings, suppressing the people on the 6th floor below, not letting them come up. Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong were different. After they came up, demon kings? I'm killing demon kings. The situation on the 7th floor was much more complicated than that of the other floors. It was already the true peak of the ancient tower, and there was a huge portal dozens of meters above it, which was the so-called holy ground. The cowhide raincoats of the grimacing monks had colorful threads floating on them, making them look rather interesting. However, their strange laughter was especially frightening. It was fine if it was one or two laughs, but this group of ghostly faces was laughing so strangely that it was like a group of clowns. It made people's hairs stand on end when they heard it. Of course, due to the large area of each floor, and the fact that the holy ground was located in the middle of the top of the tower, the participants would not be able to see the grimacing monks falling from the entrance. People could only see a colorful waterfall in the distance in the center. Amidst the explosions of the rain of arrows and the strange laughter of the ghost face mask, Zhao Wenlong's roar was extremely loud. Fight! 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 Amidst the explosions, Zhao Wenlong and Xing Yan were fighting with their lives on the line. They were really two desperados, their heads hanging on their waistbands, not afraid of anyone. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Shao carried Xi and Ian and quickly climbed to the 7th floor before running far away. Damn! Jiang Shao felt that there was a bomber flying back and forth above his head, and the flames of the explosion blasted him away along with the turbulent airwaves. The two of them rolled on the ground several times, but their ankles were entangled by a branch. Slightly stunned, Jiang Shao turned around to look, only to see Xi and Ian lying on the ground with green light flickering in her eyes. Her body was surrounded by specks of green light, and countless branches extended from beneath her body, quickly wrapping around the two of them. The flames of war were raging outside, but Jiang Shao was extremely safe in the fortress made of branches. Not only was he safe, but he was also physically and mentally comfortable. Even though the sounds of explosions were constantly coming from outside, the air in the tree fortress was refreshing and pleasant. It also seemed to have a certain calming effect. Jiang Shao sat cross-legged and looked at the girl in front of him, who had also sat up. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Xi and Ian maintained her posture and turned to look at Jiang Shao. However, she hurriedly lowered her head too. Clearly, she wasn't used to being alone either. Jiang Shao scratched his head and looked at Xi and Ian from head to toe. She was petite and had a cute appearance. She had always been expressionless, but now, perhaps due to the awkwardness, she blushed and looked a little unnatural. Jiang Shao whispered, "This is a star technique from Qinghai province, right? It's so powerful. It can attack and defend. Every branch has a sense of perception. It's just like a domain." Xi and Ian nodded silently without saying anything. Jiang Shao had seen all kinds of girls before. He could even chat with someone like Han Jiangxue. The tree goddess should be kinder than the frost goddess, right? Jiang Shao touched the dense branches above his head and asked, "Are you from Qinghai province?" "Yes." Xi and Ian nodded softly and nodded. Rumble. A huge explosion came from above their heads, giving them a fright. Xi and Ian hurriedly stretched out her hand and placed it on the branch above. All of a sudden, the dense branches grew continuously and strengthened the tree fortress. Jiang Shao imitated her and stretched out his hands to support himself on the branch above his head. Xi and Ian couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Shao. "What are you doing?" Her voice was ethereal and pleasing to the ears. Jiang Shao grinned and said, "I'm trying my best to be useful." Xi and Ian blinked and said, "You fulfilled your promise. You're indeed a wasteland reclaimer. You're very trustworthy." Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly. "I'm just an apprentice, not an official one yet." Xi and Ian said softly, "You're a good person." Jiang Shao was speechless. Just as Jiang Shao was about to choke, the referee's voice came through the earpiece. "Count down in 10 seconds. 9, 8. The two of them were overjoyed. Were they finally going to enter the semifinals? This preliminary round was really full of twists and turns. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Everyone stop attacking. Stay where you are. The referee's voice was extremely serious as he shouted loudly. Creak, creak. The tightly intertwined branches slowly retracted and made a rubbing sound. A few seconds later, a buzzcut boy sitting cross-legged and a quiet girl sitting like a duck appeared in front of the students. Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. The scene in front of him was a little too tragic. Most of the students were covered in dirt and were panting. And these were still the good ones. Most of the students were covered in wounds and blood. It was obvious that they were holding on. Compared to them, Jiang Xiao and Xian's leisurely and carefree behavior seemed rather jarring. Ho Mingming's chest was heaving violently. Her military uniform was torn and her hair was messy. Her face was stained with blood. She glared at Jiang Xiao angrily. I'm fighting in full swing outside. Yet you're hiding in the tree fortress and dating a chick? Ah! A female voice shrieked. Her voice was sharp, and she was obviously furious. Jiang Xiao turned around and saw a familiar figure. Wu Xiaojing. At this moment, Wu Xiaojing was being held back by the staff who were constantly pulling her back. Isn't this chick guarding you fan downstairs? Why did he come here? Then, Jiang Xiao saw Ember. The young man with disheveled hair and messy clothes said, What are you yelling for? You lunatic, you don't even want your spot anymore? Are you going to guard her till the end of time? Wu Xiaojing said coldly, Just you wait. Old dog you. Don't let me bump into you in the semifinals. Ember grinned. He spun the mist-filled military blade in his hand and threw it on the ground. The blade turned into starlight and disappeared into thin air. Embers looked at Jiang Xiao and said, Jiang Xiaopi, did you come up with the idea for this woman? Don't let me bump into you in the semifinals. Huh. They seem to have a tacit understanding between a married couple. Their threatening words are exactly the same. Hey, those over there, you have to queue up to challenge too. I'll go first. A rough voice sounded. Everyone looked over, only to see the bald, burly man covered in fist marks and footprints. It was Xing Yan. Ember was amused and said, You've been tricked by him too? Xing Yan held the huge black and green axe in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Xiao from afar. You let a lot of people in. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, Your defense is too poor. Crossing you is like crossing the road in the early morning. Xing Yan was infuriated. What did you say? Jiang Xiao shrugged his shoulders. Your movements are too slow. You can't defend against me at all. I even carried a pig. Xian was dumbfounded. After all, they were on the 7th floor, and the holy ground was dozens of meters above their heads. Although the monsters that emerged from the holy ground were descending vertically and were far away from here, the staff who were guarding the place still sent out a signal. The other staff members moved even faster. They carried away the injured and unconscious contestants on the ground and quickly treated them. The surviving students looked at each other silently. Xingyan was right. Ever since the poisonous healer arrived and broke through the blockade, a lot of people had rushed up from the lower floor. Students like Ember and Wu Xiaojing, who followed the undulating branches of the tree goddess to find their way up, were all blocked at the entrance of the 7th floor and were unable to take even half a step forward. Thanks to Jiang Xiao, they were all lucky enough to climb up to the 7th floor. After careful calculation, there were actually 32 people. If Ho Mingming hadn't bombarded the place indiscriminately and eliminated some contestants, the countdown might have stopped. Past the first stage of the national team selection. Reward points, 100. Jiang Xiao was shocked. 100 points? Wow, I made a fortune. In the past, the number of points increased by 10, 20, and 30 in the provincial league. This World Cup, in the national team selection stage, the starting point was 100 points? Jiang Xiao was about to cry. There hadn't been any points in the internal star map for a long time. Not counting the detestable school selection, there were rewards for the national team selection. What did 100 points mean? It meant that all of Jiang Zhao's basic techniques that were stuck at silver quality level 9, including archery proficiency, freehand combat, and dagger proficiency, could all be upgraded. Besides, it would only cost him 30 points in total. What else could he do with 100 points? He could directly upgrade the Xia family swordsmanship to gold quality by 1 level. Jiang Zhao's Xia family swordsmanship was now gold quality level 8. After level 9, the next level would definitely be the platinum quality threshold. Jiang Zhao could use his skill points to directly upgrade it and use them to deal with the World Cup. A virtuous cycle? The more he won, the more points he would get, and the more points he had, the better he would be. Besides, this was only the first stage of the national team selection. If he passed the second stage, would the reward be even higher? What about the World Cup? How many points would he get in a match? It would probably start from 100 points, right? It might even be higher. How much could he grow after this World Cup? TSK. He felt a little excited at the thought of it. Why isn't the World Cup held once a month? Chapter 523. The list of the top 32 for the national team has just been released. Is it your cup of tea? The video materials and specific details of the national team have yet to be released. The teachers and students are tight-lipped and refuse to accept any interviews. It's indeed a traditional powerhouse. The students recommended by Beijing Star Warriors University, Shanghai Star Warriors University, and Shannon Military School have all advanced. The local Star Warriors University is experiencing a cold winter. Did your favorite king of duels fail to make it? Jiang Xiao, who was lying in the hotel room, was browsing the news on his mobile phone. In the standard two-person room, there was a calm and composed Zhao Wenlong who was sitting on the sofa and watching the news on the television. Zhao Wenlong was an ancient person who mainly received news from the outside world through television, radio, and newspapers. At this moment, Zhao Wenlong was sipping his tea while a copy of the morning's People's newspaper was placed on the table. The list of the top 32 was also mentioned in it. Without a doubt, the 3 from Beijing Star Warriors University were among them. Congratulations to the toxic healer for advancing to the top 32. The host's voice could be heard from the television. In recent years, there had been many capable news hosts on CCTV News Channel. They were no longer as dull as they used to be, and they would occasionally make up stories and tell jokes. It was the morning news broadcast room, and it was not as serious as the evening news. At this moment, a special program was being broadcasted. Many people across the country were watching it because CCTV News Channel had already used various channels to hype up the event. They would broadcast exclusive news in the morning and release a small portion of the competition video. The competition video was strictly controlled by the competition authorities, and the teachers, students, and staff were also required to not disclose any information to the outside world. Hence, CCTV News Channel's first-hand exclusive information naturally received a high viewership rating and attracted a large number of viewers. Jiang Xiao had been listening to the broadcast on the television, but after the first segment, the host suddenly changed the topic and specifically mentioned Jiang Zhao's name, which made Jiang Xiao feel slightly stunned. Yes, you didn't see or hear wrongly. Jiang Xiaopi, a student from the Capital Star Warriors University and nicknamed the King of Toxic Healers, advanced to the top 32 amidst everyone's doubts. The male host looked at the female host beside him with a smile and a pair of glasses on his face. If he continues to work hard and makes it to the national team, it will be an impressive achievement that is worth writing about. The female host nodded and smiled. Even if Jiang Xiaopi stops in the top 32 and fails to make it to the national team, he has already created history. Since our country's participation in the World Cup, there have been very few players who have qualified to play for their universities. After the turn of the millennium, due to the characteristics of the World Cup and the final results of the World Cup, the combat and magic majors took up all the recommendation spots for all the colleges and universities. Since then, no college or university has recommended auxiliary students. The male host looked at the camera and said in a gentle voice, "I believe everyone is familiar with student Jiang Xiaopi. He only has 9-star slots and has been the subject of much suspicion. Ever since he awakened his star map, he has embarked on a path to the St. Hall. He was the champion of the Beijing Provincial High School League, the champion of the second Wasteland Reclamation of Beijing Province, the champion of the National High School League, and the most valuable student in the finals. Doubt, scorn, and even ridicule accompanied Jiang Xiaopi throughout his student life. However, he had proven himself by winning the highest honor at every stage of his life through real battles. And now, he clearly didn't want to stop. He wanted to step into the Supreme Palace. In his freshman year, as a support, he fought his way into the national team's top 32 with his bow and knife. Jiang Xiao, who was leaning against the headboard, frowned and sat up straight. The first section took 15 minutes to introduce the overview of the competition and the information of the students, which Jiang Xiao could understand. However, why was he singled out for special mention in the second section? It seemed that Jiang Xiao was going to take up at least 5 minutes of the broadcast time. At the side, Zhao Wenlong took a sip of tea and said, "Someone is warming it up for you." With a sullen expression, Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. Zhao Wenlong said, "Clearly, some people are very optimistic about you. They should have seen your performance in the preliminary round, or they've watched your entire journey." Jiang Xiao felt that too, but he felt that they were too optimistic about him. To what extent exactly? Jiang Xiao hasn't even been officially selected for the national team, and yet he's already starting to build momentum for himself. Or rather, he's not building momentum, but sending some messages to the audience. The fact that Jiang Xiao had obtained a recommendation from the Capital Star Warrior Academy caused a huge reaction. Not to mention the outside world, many students in the school were also rather dissatisfied. However, after the school qualifiers, there were much fewer such voices, especially after Jiang Zhao's heavy rain. The elites of the Capital Star Warrior Academy became much more well-behaved. In this world, strength was still the most important thing. If you can't say it out loud, then, should I cry? Zhao Wenlong said, "With such a message to pass on, we can build a psychological foundation for the people. If you really make it to the official 10-man team, they might be able to accept it better." Jiang Xiao said, "I don't think the reason is that simple. Maybe there are other reasons. Maybe the country wants to see the assistants not be complacent enough to be respected by the warriors of the Star Warrior Academy. Maybe the officials want to change the overall atmosphere of the assistants. Maybe the country wants to see the assistants take on more responsibilities and not position themselves as assistants who are taken care of by others. At least, in times of crisis, they should have a certain ability to protect themselves and not cause trouble for their teammates. I have very few offensive star techniques, and I can only use swordsmanship and other skills to make up for it. Did you notice I hardly used the bow and arrow, but the host mentioned the word bow?" Zhao Wenlong smiled and said, "You're not a good role model. If the new generation of assistants look up to you, I'm afraid they'll all become warriors." Jiang Xiao nodded silently and said, "Of course, there's a reason for the officials to guide them this way, but my example is a little extreme. Don't forget the role of an assistant. That's the magic treasure that can help you gain a foothold. Don't overdo it. Oh dear, I'm going to mislead the students. I'm indeed a toxic healer, but I just need to poison my enemies. Do you want me to poison all the new generation of Huaxia's support children? Are you trying to poison the entire country?" Zhao Wenlong turned to look at Jiang Xiao and said, "Don't worry too much. Not many people have your talent in swordsmanship. Not to mention the weak assistants. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for them to reach your level of talent in melee combat." Jiang Xiao was speechless. "Did you go to Ming for further training? Why are you getting better at talking?" Zhao Wenlong said, "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The higher-ups are far more far-sighted than us. They're far wiser and more rational than you and I. If it's really as you think, you might just be a loud cannonball that's effective and can attract a lot of attention at the right time. The officials will definitely follow up with other follow-up actions." Jiang Xiao scratched his head and thought, "So, I'm just the first cannon?" Zhao Wenlong picked up his tea and said, "Maybe you shouldn't just consider assistants. You should consider melee combat and shield warriors." Jiang Xiao asked why. Zhao Wenlong took a sip of tea and said, "The better your results and the more exquisite your skills are, the greater the impact on the melee star warriors." Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up and he said, "I'm a very special example. My results are telling the world that magical star techniques are not the only magic weapon for Star Warriors. Their own skills are also powerful weapons for Star Warriors. Sometimes, they might even be stronger than Star techniques. Zhao Wenlong and Jiang Shao seem to be inspiring each other. Upon hearing that, Zhao Wenlong no longer limited his focus to melee combat. Zhao Wenlong nodded and said in Mandarin, "Perhaps the professional Star Warriors are too reliant on their Star techniques. From this perspective, you're indeed a very good role model." Jiang Shao pondered for a while and finally nodded gently. Zhao Wenlong continued, "The significance of you being on the national team's roster and stepping into the World Cup is far greater than the competition itself." Zhao Wenlong sighed deeply and looked at Jiang Shao with glistening eyes. "It has nothing to do with ranking or honor. Your unique auxiliary profession, rare star slots, and auxiliary star techniques have infinitely highlighted your combat skills." Boom, boom, boom. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. The two of them stopped talking, and Zhao Wenlong got up to open the door. However, he realized that it was teacher Fong Xingyun and two staff members. Teacher Fong Xingyun asked softly, "Where's Xiaopi?" Zhao Wenlong pointed inside and said, "It's inside." Fong Xingyun strode in, only to see Jiang Shao hurriedly pulling the blanket over himself because he had yet to get up and was only wearing a pair of underpants. Fong Xingyun stood in the living room, looked at Jiang Shao, and said, "Wash up and get dressed in 10 minutes. You have an interview." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What? Interview? What are you guys playing at?" "I'm going to participate in the top 32 competition tomorrow." "Why do I have an interview? Besides, why did you only tell me now? Are the organizers not treating me like a human? You have to call and inform me in advance, even if you're treating me to a meal, right? How can they inform you 10 minutes in advance for an interview? Do you really think I'll stay in the hotel obediently and wait for you to summon me?" That seems to be the case. The organizers don't allow anyone to leave the hotel. Fong Xingyun could clearly sense Jiang Zhao's emotions. She said helplessly, "It was arranged by the higher-ups. I tried to reject it and evade it." Jiang Shao looked at Fong Xingyun and understood what she meant. Teacher Fong said with a serious expression, "Hurry and get up. It won't take long. You're a wasteland reclaimer apprentice. Treat it as a mission that you have to complete." Jiang Shao pursed his lips. Fong Xingyun's expression became stern. "Hurry and get up." Jiang Shao said while grabbing the blanket. "Go away. I'm wearing underpants." Fong Xingyun froze and couldn't help but glare at Jiang Shao. She blushed and turned around to leave. Chapter 524. April 30th. At the People's Stadium in Shudu City, Zhongyuan Province, the top 32 players from all over the country were gathered together. Under the guidance of their respective teachers, they were seated in a small area on the north side of the auditorium. The qualifiers for the national team were really very confidential. Whether it was the previous preliminary round or the semifinals that were about to be held today, only the participating students and staff were present. Be it the reporters or the audience, all of them were shut out. The top 32 players, including their respective teachers, did not exceed 50 people in total. Together with the dozens of staff present, the huge stadium seemed especially spacious. However, it was also this quiet, small-scale competition that the national team's 10-man roster was about to be decided. Today was the first round of matches for the top 16, and there were a total of 16 matches. The competition system and rules were outrageously simple. It was exactly the same as the individual competition in the World Cup, elimination. The winner would be determined in one match. The winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. It was so simple that it was even a little cruel. If nothing went wrong, the top 8 would be decided after 2 rounds of elimination. These 8 players would represent China in the World Cup. However, it was said that there were also 2 substitutes. Those who did not directly enter the top 8 would still have a chance to fight for the remaining 2 spots. Although they were substitutes, they would still be on the national team's 10-man roster. Putting that aside, Jiang Shao was only 2 games away from becoming an official member of the national team. If he won 2 more matches, Jiang Xiao would be one step closer to his ultimate goal. In the auditorium, Ho Mingming sat beside Jiang Xiao and gently bumped his shoulder with her shoulder. I heard that you participated in an interview yesterday. It was an interview with Yang's mother and the host, Yi Xuanyang. Jiang Zhao's gaze was fixed on a grassy lawn. To be exact, it was on a 6-year-old child. The child was probably the only spectator in the competition and played an extremely important role. The two teams that the top 32 players will be selected from the small box by the child. Jiang Xiao did not know the child's background. Was he the childless and big shot? Or was the child just a symbol of innocence and hope? Upon hearing Ho Mingming's question, Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, she interviewed me for 2 hours. In the end, she told me that she would only edit 20 minutes. Upon hearing that, Ho Mingming said with a hint of admiration, "Yi Xuanyang is the best among the new generation of female hosts. Her people's interview isn't something that ordinary people can get." "Oh, I don't watch much television, but I do know her. She used to host the national league that I was in." I didn't know she had developed so well. Zhao Wenlong, who was on Jiang Zhao's left, said, "She's the leader of the 4 most popular female stars that CCTV is promoting. She'll be appearing in all major competitions in the future. Maybe she'll be the future leading actress." Huh, the door is clear? Jiang Xiao had forgotten that although he did not watch television, Master Zhao beside him was a loyal fan of television. Zhao Wenlong looked at Jiang Xiao smilingly and said, "You haven't realized the value of this interview. No matter what results you achieve, this interview is enough to get you into millions of families." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips. What's the point of entering thousands of households? I'm not going to be a star. To her surprise, Ho Mingming seemed to be particularly interested in Jiang Xiao. She asked, "Did she say what will be broadcasted?" Jiang Xiao scratched his head. "It depends on my performance. She said that it'll be broadcasted if I make it to the national team. Otherwise, it won't be broadcasted." Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, is it that real? Jiang Xiao said meekly. "When I heard that, my reaction was exactly the same as yours." She was smiling very happily at that time. She must have been joking. She didn't reveal much. Number 07. The host's voice suddenly came from the microphone. In the green field, a 6-year-old child was standing in front of a glass display box. His little hand was messing around with the table tennis balls in the transparent glass box, and he grabbed another ball. The staff member half knelt beside the child, took the table tennis ball, twisted it open, and said to the audience in front of him, "Number 81. Wow, Xiangnan's King of Soldiers versus Southwest King of Duels. Wow, isn't that exciting? The first match is already so exciting. These two should be qualified to be on the list of 10, right? Hee, don't belittle yourself. Who here doesn't have the ability to be on a list?" "I like what you said." That's right. Jiang Xiao saw 2 tall figures standing up and raising their hands under the call of the staff member, indicating that there was no problem and that they could participate. Of course, you'd better have no problem. This world was full of magical star power and star techniques. So colds, fevers, and diarrhea could all be alleviated and cured. That was not a reason or an excuse. If you simply refused to participate, or if you had personal matters to attend to, you would probably be kicked out of the competition. Jiang Xiao also saw the familiar figure, number 81, the Southwest King of Duels, Xing Yan. The 2-meter-tall, bald, burly man relied on the huge axe in his hand to make a name for himself. He was also known as the God of Punisher among the people. He had a tall and strong body, bulging muscles, a fierce temperament, and beast-like eyes. One could almost see the overflowing male hormones just by looking at him. What a real man. A real man. No one had any doubts about his strength. In fact, in the online voting activities, Xing Yin firmly occupied a place in the national team and even made it to the top 3. The staff member continued to say, "Number 59. The child was obviously very smart. This time, he grabbed the ball and did not hand it to the staff member. Instead, he twisted it open with a grin. Wow, woo, lucky draw, lucky draw." There was a buzz of discussion all of a sudden. There was really a group of onlookers who didn't mind blowing things up. The appearance of number 59 was obviously more shocking than the appearance of the god of Punisher, because Zhao Wenlong, who was beside Jiang Shao, stood up and raised his right fist. He was the god of duels from the Capital Star Warriors. He was a well-deserved seeded player in the eyes of the world. Number 08. The staff member shouted again. Damn it. Wow. As soon as number 8 came out, the audience was in an uproar. It's another soldier from Xiangnan Military Academy. What kind of skill does this kid have? He drew 2 Xiangnan soldiers in a row. In the individual competition of the World Cup, the Xiangnan Military Academy had produced the best results and produced 2 World Cup champions. The Xiangnan Military Academy was also a powerhouse among the powerhouses. There would be soldiers in the list of 10 in every competition. In the end, the Capital Star Warriors and the Xiangnan Military Academy met in the first round of the top 32. When 2 tigers met, only one would emerge victorious. It was cruel, but also exciting. In the audience, a young man in green camouflage stood up and raised his right hand, indicating that he had no objections. The child clearly liked the feeling of being watched. The more he drew, the happier he was. He quickly grabbed another ball and twisted it open. The staff member said, Number 09. Everyone was speechless. It's the Xiangnan Military Academy again. Zhu Fengyu, the only female soldier in the trio. In front of the audience, a petite figure stood up beside the young man in the camouflage uniform and yelled, Why don't you stir the balls? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with stirring or not. They had already stirred the balls in the beginning, and there didn't seem to be any pattern in the transparent glass box filled with ping-pong balls. It seemed to be heaven's will. The child pouted and reached in with her tiny arms to stir the ping-pong balls. Finally, she casually grabbed one out. The staff member said, Number 57. Ha, annihilation. We're about to witness the Xiangnan Military Academy being annihilated in the first round. I'm afraid we're going to witness history. Ha, what annihilation. Number 57 is not Ho Mingming, it's Jiang Xiaopi. Well, it's all right. At least one of the Xiangnan Military Academy will enter the top 16. Haha, I thought Jiang Xiaopi was weak. Have you guys forgotten who brought you into the top 32? If it weren't for Jiang Xiaopi, at least half of the people here would have gone home. That's true. But if you were to choose your opponent, who would you choose? I'm afraid more than half of the people would choose Jiang Xiaopi. Jiang Xiao stood up and raised his right hand, staring at Zhu Fengyu. The short-haired girl was like a little spider crawling around on the wall. Although she was petite, she looked rather sweet and had abs that were as beautiful as Xia Yan's. Hence, she left a deep impression on Jiang Shao. 4 years in the military academy did not seem to have changed Zhu Fengyu's mischievous personality. She turned around and yelled at Jiang Shao, Toxic healer, don't go crazy. You have to be gentle. Be gentle? Towards women? Haha, is that my personality? Which bathhouse is gentle towards women? I've never heard of it. Jiang Shao looked at her teasing and beautiful face and said, I like Dolly. Dolly creates miracles. Zhu Fengyu was speechless. Jiang Shao said, use some strength too. If you're too gentle, you won't feel anything. Zhu Fengyu was dumbfounded. Damn it, was this kid trying to probe something? The plot of the 9th volume is about to unfold. I'm going to work hard and start updating the novel so that everyone will feel more comfortable. I'll start from tomorrow. My results have improved recently. Thank you for your support. Dear readers, please come to Chidian Chinese Network and subscribe to the original version if you really like it. I really need to subscribe to it. Please. This paragraph is free. Chapter 525. I'll go. A series of exclamations sounded, accompanied by the sound of the axe slashing. On the green field, inside the sturdy iron cage, number 81 Xing Yin waved the huge axe in his hand and fought with Chun Lin, the soldier king from Xiangnan Military Academy. After nearly 7 minutes of testing each other, the two of them had now entered the stage of fighting with their lives on the line. Domineering, ferocious, violent. The word defense didn't seem to exist in Xing Yan's dictionary. His clothes that were torn by the sword Qi were covered in blood. As he moved, his bulging chest muscles could be vaguely seen. However, compared to his bloodstained clothes, the star map on Xing Yan's chest was more eye-catching. It was the first time Jiang Shao had seen a dual-weapon star map. Among the star warriors, most of them had one type of star map, such as Han Jiangshue's White Flames and Xia Yan's two-handed giant sword. On the other hand, Xing Yan's star map was a huge shield with the face of a beast. In front of the rectangular shield, there was a long-handled axe placed obliquely. 27 star slots. The greenish-gray beast-face shield and the axe looked like they were unearthed bronze relics. The combination of the patterns was very unique. Although the face of the beast on the shield was a little blurry, it could be seen that it was ferocious. Its head was tilted, and it was holding the long handle of the axe in its mouth. It looked as ferocious as Xing Yan. Judging from his star map, it was obvious that he knew how to defend, but he had given up on it. Bang! Xing Yan's body flew backward. He was probably 20 meters away. Xing Yan flipped in the air and landed heavily on the ground, creating 2 pits under his feet. He coughed heavily. Cough, cough. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, but Xing Yan's gaze was like that of a hungry wolf as he stared at his opponent. On the opposite side, Soldier King Chenlin, who was dressed in a tattered camouflage uniform, held a sword in one hand. However, the wounds on his body were much fewer than Xing Yan's. He was not a reckless man and would choose to defend at the right time. Uffed! Xing Yan spat out a mouthful of blood and suddenly clenched the axe that he had been holding with one hand. At the same time, he slashed downwards fiercely. A dark green axe blade was thrown out in a circular arc. Its speed was so fast that it even tore the turf under its feet, cutting a path forward. However, no matter how fast the arc of the axe blade was, a distance of 20 meters was enough for Chenlin to dodge it. Obviously, Xing Yan also realized this. He had not stopped moving. He held the giant axe with both hands and waved it continuously. Arc after arc of the axe blade was thrown out. Chenlin dodged left and right, but he felt that the opponent's attacks were getting faster and faster. Xing Yan had turned from a close-range warrior to a long-range attacker. The contestants that came to participate in the duels practically had no weaknesses. As the giant axe slashed down for the 10th time, Xing Yan suddenly let out a roar. The veins on his face bulged, and his eyes turned black and green. The 16th star slot in the star map suddenly lit up. Under the tattered training hat, Chenlin's expression changed drastically. Feeling the strong wind around him, he quickly retreated, but his body suddenly tilted to the side, narrowly dodging a wind blade behind him. After dodging the first one, there was still a second one, a third one. In an instant, with Chenlin as the center, the area within a radius of 20 meters was filled with dark green axe blade arcs. Long-range attacker. Moreover, it was an area of effect skill. Chenlin had nowhere to retreat. His body suddenly stiffened, and his entire body turned golden like the 18 bronze men of Shaolin. Ding! The dark green axe blade arcs came from the rear and slashed on Chenlin's right shoulder, making an ear-piercing sound of metal colliding. Ding! 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 One after another, the abrupt appearance of the axe blade arcs formed a truly ferocious axe blade storm. In the area of the dark green axe blade storm, Chenlin did not move at all. It was as if his body was frozen, and the marks on his body were getting deeper and deeper. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. In the axe blade storm, Chenlin's body was actually sent flying by the wind blades. He bounced around in the dark green storm, and the scene was extremely spectacular. It was extremely shocking. This omnidirectional axe blade storm with no blind spots lasted for at least 15 seconds. Finally, accompanied by Chenlin's scream, the golden luster on his right leg faded, and his calf was quickly torn apart. Due to the pain of his torn and severed calf, the golden luster on Chenlin's body quickly faded. Stop! Stop! The referee's voice suddenly sounded. Ha! 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 Xing Yan panted heavily, and his face was covered in sweat and blood. His right leg went limp, and he half knelt on the ground. The dark green axe in his hand disappeared without a trace. If Chun Lin could hold on for a little longer, would there be another ending? However, there were no ifs in this world. A few staff members had already taken a calf that had been cut into 3 pieces and ran towards Chun Lin. Jiang Xiao didn't know if Chun Lin's leg could be reattached, but he believed that the staff members there should be very high-level medical awakened Star Warriors. After all, these contestants were the pillars of the country. Even if one of them was injured, it would be a huge loss. Xing Yin was the first contestant to enter the top 16. He seemed to be trying hard to stand up. His body swayed, and his legs trembled as he took a step forward. His huge body was like a mountain of gold and jade that had been pushed down. He plopped onto the ground and stained the tender green turf. The first competition was actually so tragic. The scene and the ending seemed to have made a perfect annotation for the top 16. Want to enter the top 16? Fight with your life. That was the belief that a true member of the national team should have. Zhao Wenlong slowly stood up and walked down from the spectator seats. Both parties and the order of the battle were decided by the child's small hand. The battle between Zhao Wenlong and another Xiangnan soldier king would be in the second round. Even though everyone had just watched an extremely tragic competition, they were even more enthusiastic about the upcoming competition. It was not only a competition between the Capital Star Warriors and the Xiangnan Military Academy, but also a direct confrontation between boxing masters. In terms of boxing, the top 32 probably wouldn't be bad at it. However, there were only 3 people among the 32 who could be called boxing masters. Xiangnan Military Academy's Xing Aiyang, the Capital Star Warriors' Zhao Wenlong, and the Central Plains Star Warriors' Xie Yan. Aiyang, come on! Aiyang, come on! Zhu Fengyu continuously cheered for Xing Aiyang. The tall and burly Xing Aiyang took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. 17 minutes later, the referee announced the end of the competition amidst the sounds of "Ada, Ada." Zhao Wenlong raised his right fist high, and his once white fist belt was already stained with blood. Ho Mingming smirked in disdain, as if to express that it should have been the case. Zhao Wenlong won the second round. Jiang Xiao stood up abruptly, picked up the giant sword that was leaning against the seat beside him, and strode down. When he entered the arena, he bumped fists with Zhao Wenlong, who was walking out of the arena. Zhao Wenlong panted heavily and said in a low voice, "Don't think that she's only good at crawling around. She's fast, faster than you can imagine." Jiang Xiao brushed past Zhao Wenlong and said sternly, "I know." Zhao Wenlong nodded. In the Capital Star Warriors team, he was the most worried about Jiang Xiao. Although Jiang Xiao won every time, his exaggerated style and unexpected actions would always make others break out in cold sweat. The current situation was caused by the hands of a 6-year-old child. The 2A soldiers stopped at the top 32, which made people sigh. The fall of the traditional tyrants seemed to have given other students some opportunities. However, there were many capable people in China. If only 8 national team members were selected from all over the country, it was almost impossible for there to be people who would fish in troubled waters. Zhu Fengyu clenched her fists and flicked her short hair vigorously while mumbling to herself, seemingly trying to give herself some psychological hints. She was a typical Beijing girl who was lively, cheerful, and a little shrewish. Although she had gone to Xiangnan Military Academy, her star techniques were very similar to those of Jin Min and Yin Zhao. It couldn't be helped. The shadow clan of Jin Min and Yin Zhao province was too domineering, and the melee fighters of the surrounding provinces would secretly learn from them. Zhu Fengyu was a typical melee fighter of the Shadow Clan. She was considered an assassin, not a fighter. Only child. I have to win." Zhu Fengyu muttered softly while opening the door of the cage and running into the green field. If the traditional tycoons stopped in the top 32 and none of them made it to the national team, it would be more than just a story. It would be an accident. Zhu Fengyu didn't want to see the news the next day. One-on-one in the southwest, Dual King kills Xiangnan Military Academy. Beijing Star Warriors double kills Xiangnan Military Academy. Zhu Fengyu pressed down on the brim of her hat and looked at Jiang Xiao with her beautiful eyes. The boy was holding a giant sword and staring at her with a pair of burning eyes. Zhu Fengyu, who was crazy and mischievous, was unusually focused at this moment. She didn't belittle Jiang Xiao at all. She had seen the selection of the capital star warriors and Jiang Zhao's exquisite swordsmanship. She had also seen him chasing after Feng Xiao all over the field. Zhu Fengyu bent her legs slightly and got ready for battle. I'm not that useless, Feng Xiao. Your saber, is it really faster than my people? Both teams, get ready. The referee's voice sounded through the microphone. The competition begins. As soon as he said that, 3 faint shadows darted out of Zhu Fengyu's body. At the same time, Zhu Fengyu dashed left and right at an extremely fast speed, obviously trying to avoid the blessing. She waved her fair and tender hand, and a shadow blade flew towards Jiang Xiao. Ahem! Zhu Fengyu suddenly coughed and felt lightheaded. She staggered, and the second and third shadow blades in her hands disappeared without a trace. Clearly, it was the sound of silence. Jiang Xiao held the sword in one hand and deflected the shadow blade that was flying towards him. He extended his other hand and aimed at the assassin who was dodging quickly. Platinum silence. This is my most polite opening. Platinum blessing? It might hurt your pride. Chapter 5:26. I'm going to add more points for the leader of IAG_God Awakening. She's really so fast. Zhu Fengyu was like a bolt of green lightning. Even though she staggered a little after being hit by Sound of Silence, she immediately sped up. While retreating, Jiang Xiao released Sound of Silence again. Jiang Zhao's thoughts were clear. What was the greatest advantage of any melee combat profession? Close combat. Although the contestants who could enter the top 32 should not have too many shortcomings, Jiang Xiao had studied Zhu Fengyu's personal information and realized that she was not a maniacal attacker like Xing Yan. She relied on her agile and swift body, as well as her elusive movement techniques, to finally give the enemy a fatal blow. Although Assassin and Dozhan were both melee fighters, there was a fundamental difference in the choice of star techniques and offense. Dozhan was reckless, forceful, and overbearing. Assassin was dodging and moving around. Even if he was suppressed for the entire competition, he would not give Assassin any chance. Be it in style or star techniques, Assassin had a strong, fatal blow characteristic. Seeing that Zhu Fengyu was dashing towards him, Jiang Xiao cast Sound of Silence again. This time, Zhu Fengyu moved faster than Jiang Xiao. Zhu Fengyu's body suddenly disappeared and reappeared in an instant. She appeared on the left side of where she was standing at the beginning of the competition. That scene surprised everyone. Zhu Fengyu was already close to Jiang Xiao. Why did she suddenly give up her advantage and choose to flash back? Of course, it was not a high-quality star technique, but a gold-quality star technique, Shadow Pursuit. At the beginning of the competition, Jiang Xiao cast Sound of Silence first, but Zhu Fengyu was obviously faster. She cast 3 faint shadows first. Sound of Silence prohibited star warriors from using star techniques in the domain, but it did not prohibit the appearance of star techniques in the domain. At the end of the day, the target of Sound of Silence was the person, not the star techniques. That was also the reason why Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue cooperated well in countless battles in the past. Jiang Xiao stood still and controlled, while Han Jiangxue stood still and attacked. When faced with the creatures in the domain of Sound of Silence, Han Jiangxue's long-range rule's Awaken output was very effective. When Jiang Xiao looked over, Zhu Fengyu's body had already become a faint shadow again. In the spectator's stands, Ho Mingming's expression changed slightly. Oh no, his attention has been diverted. Zhao Wenlong frowned slightly. He seemed to have realized what was about to happen. Jiang Zhao's expression was solemn. He struck silence again. The next moment, Zhu Fengyu's body disappeared instantly. He flashed and reappeared 7 meters away from Jiang Zhao's right. The distance was actually so close. When did she leave her shadow here? Was it the moment she blinked back to the battlefield? Quick! It was too fast. The distance of 7 meters seemed to shrink under Zhu Fengyu's feet. As a shadow blade was waved out, the ground under Zhu Fengyu's feet collapsed, and 2 pits appeared on the tender green turf. Her whole body was parallel to the ground as she plunged forward. Ding! The broad and thick giant blade blocked the illusory shadow blade again. Meanwhile, Zhu Fengyu's petite figure had already stretched out and was almost flying close to the ground. She held the shadow blade in one hand and stabbed it towards Jiang Zhao's right ankle forcefully. Jiang Zhao was shocked. He quickly raised his right foot and pressed his right hand on the broad back of the giant sword. The giant sword instantly turned into a guillotine and slashed downwards. Zhu Fengyu was already charging forward close to the ground, so it was easy for her to take advantage of the momentum. She pushed off the ground with her right hand and did a forward flip. She closed her legs and kicked upwards diagonally. Dong! To everyone's surprise, the giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand was also terrifyingly fast. With his unique skills and experience, the heavy giant sword was quickly erected like a light dagger. Zhu Fengyu's feet, which were supposed to kick Jiang Zhao's jaw, landed on the giant sword. Jiang Zhao retreated continuously from the kick, and Zhu Fengyu's rapidly descending body had already drifted out of several faint shadows. Jiang Zhao knew that it was time to gang up on her next. Zhu Fengyu's shadows had already surrounded him. She could use her star technique, Shadow Pursuit, to choose any angle and launch a fatal attack at any time. There were indeed no weaklings in the top 32. Jiang Zhao obviously couldn't let that happen. Hence, he cast silence on himself. To be exact, he threw Sound of Silence at his feet. Although the faint shadows still existed in the domain of Sound of Silence and surrounded Jiang Zhao, Zhu Fengyu, the user, could not flash out at all. Hence, the trap that she had painstakingly set up was completely destroyed. Damn it. Awesome. It depends on the on-the-spot reactions and tactics. It's still up to this bunch of show-off dogs. The exciting and thrilling game made the spectators exclaim in satisfaction. Of course, the body was part of one's talent. That was what the Star Warriors did for a living. Imagine what it would be like if 2 Xing Yans attacked each other. It would really be like a meat grinder and bulldozer. Every punch would hit the flesh, and the blood would boil. It would definitely be filled with the beauty of violence. That was, of course, the pride of a warrior. The mainstream group of people in this world was still ordinary people. They did not have a strong body like the Star Warriors. Hence, the relatively thin and weak Star Warriors, who at least looked thin and weak but had superior skills, would make ordinary people feel more immersed in them and like them more. In fact, it was the same for many Star Warriors. Xing Yan was a strong man who was 2 meters tall and had long arms and legs. His physical talent was visible to the naked eye. It was also beyond the reach of ordinary Star Warriors and even made them jealous. So, between a meat grinder and a picturesque scene, which one would you prefer? The answer, of course, was that everyone had their own preferences. However, there was no doubt that the Chinese preferred picturesque scenes. The audience was watching with great interest, but Jiang Zhao wasn't having a good time. In the Sound of Silence, everything returned to its essence, physical fitness. Of course, there would be a bonus in terms of skills, but under the absolute suppression of physical fitness, skills, and whatnot were all useless. There was an old saying that went, "One man with great strength can defeat 10 men with great skill." Zhu Fengyu was petite, but she had far more strength than Jiang Zhao. Besides, strength was not Zhu Fengyu's forte. She was faster. Even among a group of Galaxy Stage Star Warriors, Zhu Fengyu's speed was much faster than theirs. Not to mention Jiang Zhao, who had yet to make the Great Leap, was in the nebulous stage. At the beginning of the battle, Zhu Fengyu once thought to herself, "Is your sword faster than my body?" It turned out that she was faster. Zhu Fengyu lived up to her name. Her attacks were like a violent storm, and they were continuous. From head to toe, from front to back, her fists almost covered Jiang Zhao's entire body. Unknowingly, she had already taken out the dagger at the side of her thigh, and it was overflowing with cold light. If she hadn't been hit by the Sound of Silence a few times, causing the star power in her body to surge and her chi and blood to be blocked. Her attacks might have been even more ferocious. Fortunately, Diamond Endurance was a passive star technique, just like the star technique in Zhu Fingyu's star map that passively increased her speed. It did not need to be activated actively, and instead, it was a continuous existence. Or rather, it was no longer a star technique, but had already been integrated into the body of the Star Warrior. Jiang Shao had long discovered that. Otherwise, his Diamond Endurance would have been banned in the Sound of Silence. However, that was not the case. Diamond Endurance had already become a part of his body. Under Zhu Fingyu's rapid attacks, Jiang Shao finally entered the snowfield state that belonged to him. Zhu Fengyu actually managed to create the effect of being surrounded by thousands of ghosts. There were attacks everywhere, and in fact, they were all coming from all directions at the same time. Jiang Zhao's eyes gradually became numb, and his slightly youthful face became sullen. The battle and the feeling made him quickly enter the state of killing in the snowfield. He no longer treated his life as his life, and no longer had any reverence for it. As a bystander who had accompanied him throughout the entire process, Second Last was well aware of the signs of him entering that state. The judgment was simple yet complicated, the dominant position of man and sword. For example, everything that was happening in front of her. Just now, Jiang Shao was holding onto the giant sword. Now, it was the giant sword that was leading Jiang Shao. Zhu Fingyu's face was sullen, and her heart sank. She realized that everything changed the moment she pulled out the dagger. The person in front of her seemed to have become a machine. When he raised the dagger, it was as if his brain no longer had any thoughts, and the time taken to collect and process information was infinitely shortened. He changed from being on the defensive and actually began to counterattack. Although Zhu Fengyu easily dodged her attacks, she acutely discovered that the giant sword was lethal and all of them were fatal. His mentality had changed from that of a student in a competition to that of a soldier on a life-and-death battlefield. The 10 seconds of Sound of Silence had already passed, but the two of them seemed to be unaware of that as they continued to fight fiercely with their daggers and swords. Zhu Fengyu discovered that he seemed to be unable to feel any pain or be afraid of getting hurt. In fact, that was indeed the case. When Zhu Fengyu stabbed Jiang Zhao's kidney with her dagger, there was a crisp sound instead of the sound of the blade piercing into the flesh. Sparks actually burst out from under the torn clothes. Zhu Fengyu was secretly astonished and thought, how terrifying is this person's defense? Is it the gold quality star technique, Body of Steel? No, it should be the legendary gold quality endurance that comes from the upper dimension. Zhu Fengyu thought to herself, what a great life. He actually has such a gift from his parents. I've never heard of anyone returning from the upper dimension. His parents seem to have gone missing after carrying out a mission. Were they declared dead in the end? Of course, Zhu Fengyu wouldn't know about the secret mission of the Han family's couple. Naturally, she thought that the couple might have gone to the upper dimension after tasting the benefits. While thinking about it, Zhu Fengyu quickly retreated and spun around. She was not pretending to be cool. That was the accompanying move of the gold quality star technique, Wrath of the Shadow Blade. All of a sudden, a large number of illusory shadow blades darted out of her body, and no one could dodge them at all. Ding, ding, ding. Countless shadow blades hit Jiang Zhao's giant sword horizontally and pierced into his clothes, making crisp sounds as they hung on the clothes that had been poked with small holes. The illusory shadow blades did not last long and disappeared in a flash. Such an attack could not cause any physical damage to Jiang Shao at all, but Zhu Fengyu did not want physical damage. After she figured out the situation, she began to activate her backup strategy. The brass-quality shadow blade only had a slight chance of inflicting additional damage to the soul. However, the gold-quality Wrath of the Shadow Blade had a 100% chance of inflicting additional damage to the soul. Kid, since your physical body is hard to destroy, then I'll play along with you. The next scene made Zhu Fengyu slightly stunned. Jiang Shao, who should have retreated, escaped, or even turn around to flee, actually swung his giant sword again and dashed towards her. His eyes were no longer numb and were filled with murderous intent. His face was extremely sullen and terrifying. Play along. No, I'm not leaving. It turned out that Jiang Shao was very tolerant, whether it was physically, spiritually, or even on the mysterious spiritual level. He could endure all of it. Extreme tolerance led to extreme outbursts. Jiang Shao knew that she was no match for him. She was just a sparring partner who helped him hone his skills and a stepping stone to push him to the top. It was just like the information that had just been transmitted from the internal star map. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Gold quality level 9. In the ruins of calamity. Nine-Tailed looked at the sparring master who had just been stabbed, and his trembling body slowly calmed down. On the green field, Jiang Shao looked at Zhu Fengyu, who was full of fighting spirit, and his calm body began to tremble slightly. Victory and defeat, life and death. Come. Chapter 527. I'll write more words and hope that everyone will be happy. Please vote. Xia family swordsmanship, gold quality level 9. Is gold quality level 9 enough to meet Jiang Zhao's needs? No, since he had already reached the threshold of platinum quality, Jiang Zhao definitely wouldn't be stingy with his skill points. Every time there was a qualitative improvement in a certain basic technique, a new routine would be derived. For example, when he advanced from silver quality 9 to gold quality 0, the Xia family swordsmanship would suddenly change in offense and defense, and the 2-meter-long giant sword would become like a dagger in Jiang Zhao's hands. That was the so-called qualitative leap. If Jiang Zhao had the time, he definitely wouldn't waste his skill points. Those were all life-saving items. If he could rely on his own efforts to improve his skills, why would he waste his skill points? That was indeed what Jiang Zhao did. During the period when he was in the gold quality of the Xia family swordsmanship, he basically achieved each small level by practicing hard every day. In the holy ground of Disaster Night Mountain, after thousands of boring slashes, he treated the boulder as his imaginary enemy. He would constantly spar with the master of sparring and maximize the effect of the Silver Companion. Now, he finally relied on his own hard work and persistence to reach gold quality 9 step by step. The World Cup was just around the corner, and time was running out. He had no other choice. After the preliminary round, Jiang Zhao threw the 100 skill points he obtained into the Xia family swordsmanship. Next, a piece of information appeared in the internal star map. Xia family swordsmanship upgraded. Platinum quality level 0. Jiang Zhao obviously paused, but he hurriedly focused and handed the newly obtained information to Nine-Tail to think about. Zhu Fengyu was much stronger than the white ghouls, and he couldn't afford to be distracted at all. However, a large number of giant sword techniques flooded Jiang Zhao's mind, causing his body to tremble even more violently. In the Calamity Ruins, Nine-Tailed silently picked up the giant sword. Nine-Tailed gestured thoughtfully, only to discover that the platinum quality Xia family swordsmanship had actually begun to support sword leaving hand. What's going on? A true swordsman would probably not let go of his weapon even if he died, just like what Xia Yin had done during the national competition. Even though her life was under great threat, even though her body was about to be burned by the flames, she still channeled the intermittent astral power to wrap around the giant sword in her hand, trying to protect it. When Jiang Zhao's giant sword was scattered somewhere, Xia Yin held onto it tightly and never let go. Until the moment Xia Yin stabbed her opponent to death, the giant sword had never left her hand. Perhaps, in her heart, on this battlefield, the giant blade was more important than herself, and this kind of thinking was inherited from the same origin. Until then, when the Xia family's knife techniques reached the platinum quality, everything changed. By the time Nine-Tailed discovered that, Jiang Zhao had already put it into practice on the green field. The massive amount of swordsmanship techniques that suddenly surged into his mind was not something that Jiang Zhao could digest and absorb right now. Hence, he followed his previous rhythm and delegated all his power to the sword, putting aside his life and death, and seeing where it would take him. Zhu Fengyu's figure was swift and agile as she surrounded Jiang Shao and attacked frantically, looking for a possible breakthrough point. If even a star technique like the Fury of the Shadow Blade could not make Jiang Shao retreat, she would also fix her gaze on Jiang Zhao's fragile throat and eyes. Or rather, Zhu Fengyu felt that she should lure Jiang Shao to open his mouth. She didn't know if his mouth was as tough as steel. The handle of the giant sword hit Zhu Fengyu's temple hard, causing her to tilt her body and become dumbfounded. It was not only because of the slight dizziness caused by the hit to her head, but also because of Jiang Zhao's unexpected move. Just now, she dodged Jiang Zhao's giant sword at an extremely fast speed. She didn't stop at all either, and she was ready to test Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple with the cold dagger in her hand. No one had the slightest hesitation, and no one had the slightest pause. However, Jiang Shao, who was always one step behind Zhu Fengyu, had green glow floating in his hand. The tip of the giant sword was still stuck in the green turf, but the long handle was quickly swung towards Zhu Fengyu because of the sudden green glow in Jiang Zhao's hand. The blade of the giant sword was 150 centimeters long, and the handle was 50 centimeters long. The steel handle, together with Zhu Fengyu's figure, hit Zhu Fengyu's temple hard. No matter how fast Zhu Fengyu was, she couldn't be faster than the sword handle that was bounced out. The cold dagger and Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple slightly missed each other, causing Zhu Fengyu to tilt her body and stagger. The giant sword slipped out her hand. That meant that the user had lost control of the weapon. However, the more terrifying thing was that the so-called letting go was carefully planned by the user. Everything was going according to Jiang Zhao's imagination. Jiang Shao grabbed the giant sword that had bounced back and adjusted it to silver quality. Not only could green glow deal damage to the opponent, but it also allowed Jiang Shao to regain control of the giant sword in time. Zhu Fengyu was fully deserving of her title as an assassin, even if she was being suppressed throughout the match. As long as she was given a chance, even if it was an extremely small one, she would be able to do something amazing. She had the ability to overturn the situation. But wasn't Jiang Shao the same? The moment Zhu Fengyu's mind was in a daze, the holy pillar of light had already fallen. Ah! Zhu Fengyu screamed. The moment the wonderful feeling hit her, she seemed to know what was going to happen next. Therefore, her scream was closer to a scream. Remorse, anger, but powerlessness. Bang! 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 Next, the students in the stadium's auditorium widened their eyes one after another, and some even stood up in shock. The giant sword spun in Jiang Zhao's hand, and the heavy handle hit Zhu Fengyu's head accurately again and again. It bounced back again and again under Jiang Zhao's control. It would be fine if it was a football, but it was a giant sword, and it was a giant sword that was spinning rapidly. The giant steel sword bounced back and forth between Jiang Shao and Zhu Fengyu, spinning. To everyone's disbelief, this seemingly thrilling and improvised bullet sword was so precise every time it landed. Every time the giant sword spun and flew out, it would hit Zhu Fengyu's forehead with the handle of the giant sword. Every time the giant sword was hit, the handle of the spinning giant sword would be hit back by Jiang Zhao's green glow fist. The platinum and diamond glows were too strong and difficult to control. The effective brass quality was too weak. The main silver-green glow and the supplementary gold-green glow. The combination of the two was just right to adjust the strength and angle. The bullet sword that spun back and forth between the two of them. Once, twice. It was luck. 3 times, 4 times. It was extraordinary. What about 5 times, 6 times? What about 7 times, 8 times? He was beating Zhu Fengyu like a sandbag. Since the sword technique had changed, the effect of Jiang Zhao's green glow had also changed. Oh my god. Zhao Wenlong's eyes were extremely bright, bursting with a strange light. When Jiang Shao played with a heavy giant sword to such a level, it was hard not to be amazed, even if it was someone as strong as Zhao Wenlong or someone as strong as Hou Mingming. Damn! Xing Yin covered his big bald head with one hand and looked at Jiang Shao with his mouth agape. Among the top 32, There were many players like Xing Yin who wielded heavy weapons with both hands. It was as if they had seen a unique and unconventional person. This kid actually used an extremely dazzling technique to open the door to a new world for the martial artists of the double weapon star. What was more interesting was that he was a support. The sound of hitting continued. Once the poison milk blessing was activated, the opponent no longer had a chance. The giant sword that spun back and forth between the two of them had a strong blessing light and a pitch-black countercurrent light. All of this only required a small opportunity. Jiang Xiao suddenly leaped up high. The giant sword that had bounced back from various angles was not unexpected this time. It bounced up high and turned towards Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao waved his hand. The giant sword that seemed to be spinning at an extremely fast speed was accurately held in his hand. Then, he pushed his palm against the handle of the giant sword. A green glow appeared in his palm. The giant sword pierced out from top to bottom with a whoosh. This time, it was no longer hitting with the handle. This time, the giant sword no longer spun but pierced straight down. And the direction of the tip of the blade was no longer Zhu Fengyu's head. Fish! Zhu Fengyu, who was muddle-headed from the blessing, staggered backward after being hit on the head, was pierced diagonally into his lower abdomen by a giant sword. Jiang Zhao's green glow's powerful attack effect was added to the giant sword and would not be brought to the enemy. This was because the giant sword was the real victim and the target of the powerful attack. However, the repelling effect of the green glow seemed to have added a propulsion device to the giant sword. Its speed was extremely fast, and it was powerful. The giant sword pierced through Zhu Fengyu's lower abdomen. The blade was stained with dark red blood and dripped onto the tender green turf. The tip of the blade also pierced deeply into the ground. Zhu Fengyu's petite body hung on the giant sword. She grabbed the handle of the blade with both hands and tiptoed slightly to ensure that her body did not slide down and that she would not suffer any deeper injuries. All of this was not done when she was awake. It seemed to be an instinctive self-protection action of her body. When Zhu Fengyu's muddle-headed eyes regained clarity, her breathing was short and rapid. Her body was trembling and blood was flowing continuously from her mouth. A pair of pale hands held the handle of the sword in front of her tightly. She stared at Jiang Xiao with lifeless eyes. She seemed to want to say something, but she could not. Number 57 wins. The referee's voice sounded. There was no applause, no cheers, and no sounds of celebration. The contestants were still immersed in the superb swordsmanship and could not extricate themselves. Ring, 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 a crisp and pleasant bell rang. In Zhu Fengyu's eyes, Jiang Xiao, who had been full of death and murderous intent a moment ago, walked over with an apologetic smile on his face, bringing with him the rays of medical light that had returned. However, the constantly returning medical light brought back unpleasant memories for Zhu Fengyu. Jiang Xiao walked over quickly and grabbed the handle of the sword with one hand. He said softly, "Bear with it. You'll be fine." He seemed to have finally remembered that he was a doctor. The beam of light of blessing became the best anesthetic. He slowly pulled out the broad and thick giant sword. The jumping light of bell shuttled back and forth between the two of them. The few staff members who ran into the field also stopped when they saw this scene. When the light of bell stopped jumping and the bell stopped ringing, Zhu Fengyu lowered her head and knelt on the ground. There was no longer any wound on her body. Jiang Xiao bent down and stretched out his right hand. It's common in soldiers. If it was a lackey like Fang Xiao, Jiang Xiao would definitely not mind mocking and ridiculing him. However, the person in front of him was a normal opponent who deserved respect. The girl had already lost. Of course, Jiang Xiao wouldn't add insult to injury. Zhu Fengyu raised her head and slowly stretched out her hand, allowing Jiang Xiao to pull her up. "Why did I meet a monster like you?" Zhu Fengyu covered her forehead with one hand and sighed. "I knew it. There's definitely something wrong with an assistant participating in the national team. Really, before the competition started, I really saw you as an assistant in the top 16 of the World Cup in Africa. However, that doesn't seem to be enough. I should see you as a fighter in the top 16. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you for your kind words." Zhu Fengyu said, "Promise me." Jiang Shao asked, "What?" Zhu Fengyu said, "The next match will be more exciting and more skillful. Let's have a crushing and hearty victory." Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. Did I just get a fangirl? It turned out that Jiang Shao was wrong. Zhu Fengyu's eyes were filled with hope, and she said softly, "I don't want the video of our match to be used as teaching materials. You'll come up with a more textbook battle, right?" Textbook? Jiang Shao was speechless. Zhu Fengyu pursed her lips and said softly, "All the best, Toxic Healer. Don't let me appear in the classrooms of the various Star Warriors schools." Jiang Shao was speechless. Chapter 528. Number 1 Book Friends Group. 1-841-19551. Number 2 Book Friends Group. 996861497. Everyone is welcome to play. Also, I recommend a few books from my friends. 1. Nanny's Restaurant. In a different world in Norland Continent's Chaos City, there is a strange restaurant. Here, elves need to share a table with dwarves. Beastmen are prohibited from making noise. Enormous dragons can only sit in a small plaza in front of the restaurant, and demons even need to bring their own special stools. But it is such a strange restaurant with strange rules that there is a long queue in front of the door every day. Elves do not care about their manners as they eat skewers. Enormous dragons hold ladles as they sit in front of the hot pot, and demons eat cute dumplings. 2. Tomorrow's Calamity. The world changes greatly, and the human world distorts. The great Tao whispers in my ears. My primordial spirit is distorting, and my body is distorting. I can become stronger just by lying down and not moving. Zhou Bai lay down in disbelief, only to discover that he was actually getting stronger. Furthermore, his cultivation speed is even faster than mine. Don't talk to me about bitter cultivation, bitter training, seclusion, refining flying swords, cultivating Tao techniques. I just sleep bitterly day and night, lying down steadily, and am much stronger than you, these pompous geniuses. 3. Fairy, please conduct yourself with dignity. Qin Yi once thought that the most important thing for cultivators is to be indifferent and tranquil, to have no desires, to be patient, and to be able to withstand temptation. But in the end, he realized that immortals must first be beside the word human. The path to immortality is bitter and cold. You and I hug each other for warmth. 4. New era, Minter transmigrating to a flourishing magic world. Even if he dies of exhaustion in the arcane laboratory, he must still wave his thesis and shout loudly. Information age, I will create it. 5. Revolution goddess. Li Qi was thrown into a different world by the goddess of revolution. This world is filled with gods and devils, and transcendents are like dogs. It is very hard for him to struggle to have a good life, but the goddess wants him to set off a revolution of mortals here. There are no witches, only demonesses. Firearms, explosives, and steam engines are no match for divine arts, magic, and spiritual power, so he can only use weapons of faith. Li Qi, who grew up under the red flag, can only rely on the most advanced thinking to execute gods and devils in Fane World, fighting the heavens and fighting the earth, planting the red flag all over Fane. Chapter 529. Not bad. Very strong. The 2 simple sentences came from Hou Mingming and Zhao Wenlong respectively. Jiang Shao could tell that apart from admiration, the 2 of them were also full of fighting spirit. In particular, Hou Mingming. When Jiang Shao walked back to his seat, he was afraid that Hou Mingming wouldn't be able to hold back and attack him on the spot. Jiang Shao also felt vexed. It was a special feeling. It was hard to find a suitable adjective. I'm not afraid of being stolen, but I'm afraid of being remembered. Jiang Shao sat down on his seat and leaned the giant sword against the seat beside him. On his left was the calm and quiet Zhao Wenlong. On his right, separated by the giant blade, was Hou Mingming, whose body was trembling slightly and whose fighting spirit was soaring. Jiang Shao leaned back and raised his head. He placed his hands on the back of the seat and looked up at the blue sky filled with white clouds, feeling even more vexed. I understand the logic. Why? Why aren't there any skill points? Didn't I win? I've entered the top 16 with a recognized victory. Why aren't there any rewards for winning? In Jiang Zhao's internal star map, the 107 skill points he had before had become a pathetic 7. Initially, Jiang Zhao's Xia family swordsmanship was of gold quality and required 100 skill points to level up. Now, it was already at platinum quality level 0 and required 1,000 skill points to level up. Is the logistics not good enough? There aren't any skill points to be rewarded for entering the top 16. Is this the love of gods and demons? Jiang Zhao blinked and suddenly remembered that the description of the 100 skill points given by the internal star map should be passing the first stage of the national team selection. In other words, the skill points aren't given according to the ranking and wins, but according to the stage? So, what's the next stage? The semifinals? How do I pass the semifinals? I should be in the top 8, right? This analysis should be more reliable. In other words, if I win the next round, I should be able to get the reward for the second stage. After all, entering the top 8 would mean that I've entered the national team and completed the mission. At the next moment, the blue sky and white clouds in Jiang Zhao's eyes turned into a gentle smile. At some point in time, his teacher had already arrived at the row behind him. She leaned down and placed her hands on the back of Zhao Wenlong's chair. She then lowered her head and smiled at Jiang Zhao. The beautiful scenery in front of him was transformed into another beautiful scenery. Jiang Zhao, who was leaning against the seat and leaning his head back, was not dissatisfied at all. Teacher Fang's smile was gentle, and her beautiful eyes were filled with admiration. Because she was lowering her head, her shoulder-length hair fell naturally, and the curls at the ends of her hair gave her a unique charm. Fang Xingyun said, "It's a very special battle. You'll motivate a large number of star warriors to hone their skills and combine them cleverly with their star techniques instead of simply relying on them." Oh, Jiang Zhao couldn't help but raise his hand and pinch the slightly curled hair gently. Fang Xingyun said with a smile. She did not stop the naughty child. Instead, she continued, "Your Mr. Hai specifically asked me to carefully prepare 2 sets of speeches to either comfort you or congratulate you." Jiang Zhao's hand paused slightly. It feels great to have someone secretly care about you and worry about you in a place you don't know about. Jiang Zhao pursed his lips and said, "So, was that your second speech just now?" "No, after watching the competition, I abandoned my previous preparations. I wasn't praising you just now. I was just telling you the truth." As he spoke, Fang Xingyun reached out and grabbed his hair, snatching his hair back from Jiang Zhao's hand. Although the competition authorities have strict rules against leaking information and forbidding you from bringing your mobile phones into the competition, Fang Xingyun said. Fang Xingyun squatted down and reached into Jiang Zhao's pocket to put an object in it. "Be careful. Don't get discovered." Wow. Jiang Zhao put his hand into his pocket and found a mobile phone. He couldn't help but say, "There are less than 50 people sitting here in a stadium that can accommodate 10,000 people. How can I not be discovered?" Fang Xingyun asked curiously, "Do you need me to teach you how to secretly use your mobile phone? Didn't you experience this when you were in school?" Jiang Zhao scratched his head. "You might not believe it, but the teacher on the podium in front of me is not the only one who controls me. There's also little Jiang Xue behind me. In order to supervise me, she deliberately sat in the last row and left me a seat in the second to last row." Fang Xingyun's eyes were filled with pity. She rubbed Jiang Zhao's head, took a step back, and sat down. After waiting for a while, Fang Xingyun saw that Jiang Zhao was indifferent. She couldn't help but kick the back of the chair in front of her. "You didn't even go to the toilet during class?" Jiang Zhao suddenly stood up and raised his right hand. "I want to go to the toilet." One of the staff members walked over. Jiang Zhao grinned. "Is it that strict? Are they going to accompany me?" Jiang Zhao looked around and patted Zhao Wenlong on the shoulder. Let's go take a dump." Zhao Wenlong was speechless. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of the toilet in the changing room of the stadium, Zhao Wenlong was chatting with the staff. However, The staff seemed to have turned on Chatterbox and was frantically praising Zhao Wenlong's performance. In the toilet, Jiang Xiao leaned against the sink and scrolled through his mobile phone. He finally understood what Teacher Fong meant. As soon as he turned on his mobile phone, he saw that a piece of news had already been loaded on the browser. It turned out that the results of the national team's team competition had also been released. Little Jiang Xue's team advanced to the top 32. The selection system for the individual competition was different from that for the team competition. They had already advanced to the top 16, while the top 32 had just been decided on the other side. In the round of 64 to 32, their opponent was Ninghui Province's Star Warriors University. According to the broadcast of the competition, the two teams were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, Capital Star Warriors University won because of their superior techniques. And the MVP of this competition was awarded to Isu. Wow, this monk is really not bad. He's hiding his abilities well. After all, he's the head of Capital Star Warriors University's support department. He's really capable. It seems that cooking is not his only strength. Knock. 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 Zhao Wenlong knocked on the door. Hurry up. Oh. Jiang Xiao held onto his mobile phone and walked into the toilet. He flipped through the news again before pressing the flush button. He didn't go to the toilet at all. Flushing? I'd better let the people outside listen. When a few of them returned to the audience, Ho Mingming was torturing Wenren Tai. Wenren Tai was a mage, and his star map was a small snowflake staff that looked rather exquisite. Everyone knew that the melee combatants were going against the rules awakened. However, Ho Mingming and Wenren Tai continued to attack while standing still. Ho Mingming would be petrified every now and then, while Wenren Tai would be surrounded by mist from time to time. It could be seen that both of their attacks contained control-type star techniques. In the end, the handsome Wenren Tai with a long ponytail was defeated. He's a rules awakened. He actually didn't manage to defeat a combat awakened. The audience cheered and whistled. The atmosphere was much more intense than when Jiang Xiao won the competition. At this point, all three from Beijing advanced to the top 16. After Ho Mingming left the stage, the competition for the top 16 became even more intense. Everyone's standards were about the same. As the seeded contestants of their respective schools and regions, they had, of course, been carefully studied by their opponents. Hence, they were well aware of all the strategies. Due to the fact that their standards were similar, the battles were even more exciting and intense. The female Treant, Xinai, and had advanced to the next round. Embers and Wu Xiaojing had also advanced to the next round. Jiang Xiao really hoped that he would fight Embers in the next round. He was obviously acting shamelessly in the arena and relied on his spatial star technique to defend and dodge attacks. The female priestess was almost crying because of his shamelessness. When dealing with such players, all he had to do was raise his hand in silence. Soul imprint. In fact, Jiang Xiao had always had an interesting idea. If he were to really fight Embers, and he hid in space to avoid being hurt, for example, to avoid the sorrowful rain of tears and become old dog you, could Jiang Xiao open a shadow of calamity ruins at the place where he opened the space door and try to make the two space doors stick together? What then? Would this kid not be able to come out? If he walked forward, it would be the shadow of calamity ruins. If he walked backward, it would be his own space. He probably wouldn't even be able to make the sound of admitting defeat, right? As long as Jiang Zhao's shadow of calamity ruins remained, Embers would have no choice but to enter the shadow of calamity ruins first and immediately close his own space door before walking out. If Jiang Xiao discovered it in time, Embers would be able to close the door the moment he stepped into the shadow of calamity ruins. Oh, not bad, huh? I can try this imprisonment play on other battlefields in the future. Jiang Xiao looked down quietly. The intense, anxious, and slightly long match was finally broken by the last contestant. The officials had been calculating the data and found that the average duration of the battle between the top 32 and the top 16 was about 16 minutes and 30 seconds. The last contestant on the stage was one of the masters of martial arts among the contestants. He was Xie Yan from Star Warrior University in Zhongyuan Province. Xie Yan had clean short hair and was similar to Zhao Wenlong in terms of height and figure. He was about 188 centimeters tall and had broad shoulders and a triangular waist. He was extremely pleasing to the eye. Unlike Zhao Wenlong, who was dressed in white and had a white boxing belt, Xie Yan was dressed in black camouflage. Although his fists were also wrapped in a boxing belt, they were black. Jiang Shao finally confirmed the saying. Since ancient times, martial arts have always been the best in China. Ever since the start of the competition, Xie Yan's body had been burning with black flames, and there was also a dark star map in front of his chest. A faint shadow also dispersed from Xie Yan's body. It was another battle that he had learned the star technique of assassin. Hence, at this point, the top 32 and the top 16 would probably have two extreme star techniques in their bodies. They would either be extremely precious and rare, just like Wu Yao's double vision star techniques. Due to the fact that her family worked in a special dimensional space, she received such a benefit. On the other hand, their star techniques would overlap. The most powerful and best combination of star techniques that could be found in the market might appear in multiple contestants at the same time. Xie Yan's techniques and star techniques seem to be extremely compatible with the star map. After just 3 minutes and 35 seconds, Xie Yan's opponent burst into tears and his face was contorted. Amidst his hoarse cries, Xie Yan ended the noisy enemy with a single punch. Although Xie Yan was from the Central Plains, Jiang Shao recognized that the Black Flame Star technique should be from the Black Rock Mountain in the capital. The double blow to his body and spirit had indeed thrown his opponent into disarray, causing him to lose completely. However, Jiang Shao did not see any abnormality on Xie Yan's face. Even someone as strong as Song Chuanxi, who had endured the pain of Black Flame for many years, would look menacing when he used such star techniques. However, Xie Yan, is he an emotionless boxer? Zhao Xiaobai is better. At least, he can accompany me to poop. This Xie Xiaohei is too scary, isn't he? Chapter 530. I'm going to add more updates for the League Master of IAG Awakening. As the last match ended, the top 16 in the country had been decided. However, the students who had advanced were asked to wait in place and were not allowed to leave. The defeated students and their teachers left the People's Stadium under the guidance of the staff members of the competition. There were less than 50 people in the audience, and now that half of them had left, the stadium became even more empty. The competition and rankings were really cruel. The winner and the loser would be decided on the same field, and they would even pass by each other in the audience, welcoming different fates and moving towards different lives. When the two completely opposite emotional states of disappointment, depression, and joy appeared in the same scene, the extreme contrast was really glaring. There was nothing much to say about the winner. However, if one was the one involved, would one really be so magnanimous and let it go immediately? Jiang Shao watched as a teacher comforted the depressed student and left slowly with his arm around the student's shoulder. Jiang Shao couldn't help but sigh at the sight of the two of them. Jiang Shao felt that there were too few teachers from Capital Star Warriors. This time, all three of them advanced, so no one left. However, what if one of them failed and two of them succeeded? Given teacher Fong Xingyun's character, he would probably comfort the student who failed and return to the hotel with the loser, right? Jiang Shao watched silently as the group of people left and disappeared into the tunnel. After half of the audience had been cleared, a staff member's voice came from below. Top 16 contestants. As he spoke, the staff clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. The staff member said loudly, "You have 2 hours to rest. During this period, you are not allowed to leave your seats. If there are any problems, you can ask us for instructions. We will try our best to satisfy your reasonable requests. We will provide lunch for everyone in a while. This will be the place to eat. Please allocate your time. After your meal, you can rest or warm up with the accompaniment of the staff. However, you're not allowed to participate in any form of battle." Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment and wondered, what does that mean? The top 16? The competition will start in 2 hours? Due to the fact that the competition authorities had been keeping it a secret, no one knew how the time was arranged. The only thing they were certain of was that the national team selection was a 1v1 elimination match that was strictly in accordance with the standards of the World Cup. However, in Jiang Zhao's opinion, they would have to wait until at least tomorrow to advance to the quarterfinals. Staff member. Anyone. They were not allowed to reveal any information about the competition to the outside world in any form. Remember this. I don't think you guys want to be kicked out of the national team because of a violation of the rules. Everyone, if you feel any discomfort or if you have sustained any injuries from the battle just now, please report to us immediately. We have the most professional team to ensure that you are in good condition for the upcoming matches. While the staff was still notifying them, several staff members had already walked in with dining carts. For a moment, the participating students looked at each other. Is it so hard to eat in the cafeteria? Do I have to eat in the audience? Can I sleep in the locker room for a while? Why do you have to rest here? However, Jiang Xiao didn't feel much about it. He believed that all the students here weren't untouchable. After all, they were all people who had been tempered in the harsh dimensional spaces. This level of eating and sleeping in the wild was nothing at all. It was just that everyone didn't understand such a request. The staff member said, the lot drawing ceremony will begin in 2 hours on time, after which the advancement round will begin. The winner will be directly selected into the national team. Don't be discouraged. Among the 8 players in the loser group, 2 of them will be qualified as substitutes. Under certain conditions, substitutes can replace the starters in the top 8. Although that was what he said, everyone wasn't interested. According to the list of members of a national team in the past, the so-called substitutes were no different from mascots who were not qualified to play at all. They would only be automatically replaced if an accident happened to one of the starters before the World Cup. Such situations were rare, especially when there was a top-notch treatment team accompanying them. The possibility of a starter withdrawing from the competition was minimal. However, even so, if the 8 players in the loser group were given a chance to advance to the national team, they believed that the Star Warriors would work hard to fight for it. Even if they put aside the national team's list, the Star Warriors would never allow themselves to be perfunctory or give up in any ordinary competition. At least, the Star Warriors present were all nurtured by the country. Under the ideological education of training for battle and living for victory, some concepts were deeply rooted in them. 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetables. Jiang Xiao flipped through the lunchboxes and realized that the dishes were almost the same. He took out a box and a chicken drumstick. He couldn't help but lick his lips. He was indeed hungry. Just as Jiang Xiao was about to pick up his chopsticks and start eating, he sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange. Jiang Xiao looked up and realized that the students were all looking in his direction. The staff member who was chattering had also stopped and looked in Jiang Zhao's direction helplessly. Fang Xingyun hurriedly walked over, grabbed Jiang Zhao's chopsticks, and raised her hand to greet the staff member apologetically. The staff member said, "Good luck, everyone. Don't eat too much. It'll affect your performance during the competition. It's already 1 p.m. You might feel sleepy after eating." Zhao Wenlong said after the staff member finished speaking, "Don't eat too much. Why did you only bring a cup of tea?" Jiang Xiao took a bite of the drumstick and said, "I'm sleepy and I'm about to sleep." Zhao Wenlong said with a solemn expression, "Hunger keeps me fighting." Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before saying, "Hunger makes me lose my mind." Zhao Wenlong was speechless. The contestants had all kinds of habits. Some of the students really refused to eat, like Zhao Wenlong. Of course, there were also those who ate as much as Jiang Xiao, such as Wang Xingyan from the Southwest Duel. The bald man was eating enthusiastically, and the more Jiang Xiao looked at him, the more hungry he became. He forcefully ate 2 boxed lunches. As for the bald man, he ate a total of 5 lunches. To be honest, Jiang Xiao had always been exposed to competitions. However, such group activities gave Jiang Xiao a fresh feeling. Many students closed their eyes and rested in their seats. An hour before the start of the competition, they all asked the staff to prepare for the competition to ensure that they were in a good fighting state. Without a doubt, there would be at least 8 competitions in a while. The contestants in the last few competitions might sit in the stands for a period of time as spectators. Perhaps the students really needed some exercise. Due to the fact that he did not have a mobile phone, Jiang Shao specially instructed teacher Fong to wake him up 20 minutes before the lot drawing ceremony. With the help of the artificial alarm, Jiang Shao slept comfortably. After going to the bathroom with the staff to wash his face, he felt much more energetic and quickly returned to the field to stretch his body. In the shadow ruins, Ninetails did not rest at all. He thought to himself that he should bring a clock the next time he came here to replenish his stock. That way, he would not need to trouble teacher Fong to be the artificial alarm. Ninetails could wake Jiang Shao up in his mind. However, there was no master sparring partner here, so Ninetails was a little lonely. He had been sitting cross-legged on the ground for a long time, carefully digesting and absorbing the sword technique that came from his senses. The absolutely unexpected way of using it opened the door to a new world for him. Unfortunately, Ninetails did not have green glow, although his own skill level was enough to support him to complete any form of bullet sword. If he had the help of green glow, it would undoubtedly be like adding wings to a tiger. Sigh, when can this muff of mine also have a star map? Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the staff invited the 6-year-old child up again. Obviously, the novelty of the child had passed. He seemed to be tired of playing such games and was not as happy as he was in the morning. He pouted and grabbed one ball after another quickly. First round, number 77. Xie stood up and raised his right fist that was wrapped in a black bandage. Some of the students secretly prayed in their hearts that they would not encounter this demon. Against number 12, as the staff's voice sounded, Jiang Shao even heard some of the students exhaling a long breath. Number 12 was a male student with a medium build. He did not show anything and raised his hand to indicate that he had no objections. Second round, number 58. As soon as they heard this number, there was another commotion among the students in the field. They were in the top 16, and everyone was a god. However, there was still a difference between the gods. Obviously, as the substitute player of the same city, Ming Ming was the student that most people were most unwilling to encounter. Against number 61, the staff unscrewed the ping-pong ball from the child's hand and showed the cross-section. F***CK. A young man involuntarily raised both of his hands. But it was not to confirm that there were no objections, nor was it to admit defeat. It was a very helpless and subconscious movement of his body. Some people were secretly happy, some people were snickering, but there were also people who secretly felt pity. Ho Mingming was the one who secretly felt that it was a pity. Her rationality prevented her from challenging Jiang Shao outside the arena. However, to Ho Mingming, the sooner she fought with Jiang Shao, the sooner she could fulfill her wish. To be honest, based on Ming Ming's personality and her past performance, she was already very tolerant. She really could not wait any longer. Third round, number 81. The staff shouted. In the audience seats, the bald, burly Xing Yin suddenly stood up. His face was ferocious as he raised his muscular arm. At the same time, he turned around and looked fiercely at the audience seats. An overwhelming pressure swept over. Xing Yan's aura was majestic, overbearing, and fierce. There were only a dozen people in total. With his beast-like eyes, he could easily see who was the coward and who was the opponent. It was obvious that he had already taken the initiative and overwhelmed everyone with his aura. At least some of the players avoided his gaze. Against, the staff took the ping-pong ball, unscrewed it, and said loudly, "Number 57. For a moment, everyone turned to look at the back of the left. Jiang Shao raised his right hand to show that he had no objections. When Xing Yan saw that his opponent was Jiang Shao, he was instantly stunned. Xing Yan's fierce expression turned into a dumbfounded one. He rubbed his big bald head with one hand and muttered, "Damn it, how could it be this kid? This kid, he's a complete crooked path. He's poisonous." Chapter 531. In the first round, Xie Yin from the Star Warriors of the Central Plains did not have the awareness of warming up the audience. Instead, he continued his usual style and announced the end of the competition within 4 minutes. During the round of 32, Xie Yan's opponent burst into tears and screamed at the top of his lungs. And in this round of 16, Xie Yan's opponents weren't any better. This further deepened everyone's fear of Xie Yan. He was like a devil, not only bringing physical pain to his enemies, but also destroying their souls. As the first contestant to be officially selected for the national team, Xie Yin did not show any joy. He clenched his teeth and walked back to his seat step by step. He refused the help of the teacher in charge of the team and even refused the help of the medical staff. Jiang Xiao also knew at this moment that although Xie Yin appeared calm on the surface, the pain in his heart was likely so intense that no one could imagine it. Jiang Xiao had his own judgment of Xie Yan's actions. Without a doubt, Xie Yan's refusal to help was irrational, or rather, it was a special reaction that he had under special circumstances. At least after the battle, Xie Yan's state of mind was abnormal and might even be distorted. Jiang Xiao watched silently as Xie Yin sat on the chair while the dark flames on his body gradually extinguished like a silent beast. His head slowly drooped down, and his eyes had lost the glint from the battle just now. At this moment, they were slightly hollow, and his gaze was unfocused. The star technique of the Black Flame series was a rather special star technique that highlighted the words empathy. In other words, the degree of damage that Xie Yin suffered was equal to that of his enemy. Without a doubt, Xie Yin's heart should be riddled with holes. If Jiang Xiao and Xie Yin were in the same team and were on a mission, even if they were in the same school and had some interactions, Jiang Xiao wouldn't be stingy with using Bell to soothe Xie Yan's wounds. However, Jiang Xiao didn't do that now. Every Star Warrior had to have their own pride, and Xie Yin had gained Jiang Xiao's respect through his performance. Hence, Jiang Xiao definitely wouldn't do anything rash or abrupt. The second to go up was Home Mingming, who was just as domineering as Xie Yin. Her pitiful melee opponent was really in a dilemma. Jiang Xiao saw the ice-blue decelerating arrow and the transparent repelling arrow, which caused the melee fighters who were trying to get close to him to suffer. Jiang Xiao even saw the gray and sharp armor-piercing arrows tearing through the mud that covered the melee fighters. In the end, in this field filled with black fog, the exploding black feathered arrows that filled the sky completely tore the opponent's body apart. Hou Mingming stood there proudly and did not move a single step. She was in high spirits. Hou Mingming was the same as Xie Yin, finishing his battle within 4 minutes. She was proud and confident. She held her head high, like a king looking down on the world. Her eyes were filled with the desire to fight and conquer. She was looking for the next opponent in the audience to be torn apart by her. He was silent and taciturn. He lowered his head and sat on the chair with unfocused eyes, silently licking his wounds. He was like a lonely beast, unwilling to provoke or communicate with anyone. The saddest thing was that no matter if he won or lost in any of the battles in this cage or in his future path of star martial arts, he would be the one who suffered the most. It was these two extreme people who became the number 1 and number 2 members of the official list of the national team. Everyone had their own special martial arts path. Perhaps only such people were qualified to be on the national team's official list. After you sing, I'll go on stage. The caged beast and the king walked to their designated seats. Then, Xing Yin and Jiang Xiao came. In fact, most of the people present had higher expectations for this match. They were even more interested in it than the previous 2 matches of the Almighties. It was because Xing Yin was strong enough, fierce enough, and it was because he had a good opponent. This little toxic healer was really beyond everyone's expectations. His dazzling swordsmanship was really superb and had reached the peak of perfection. The students, teachers, and staff held their breaths. There were not many people in the stadium to begin with, so it was even more empty and frighteningly silent. As both parties stood in their respective halves, Xing Yin brought a huge axe with him this time, which was different from the previous matches. Obviously, He had already considered Jiang Zhao's star technique of silence and made full preparations. The referee said, "Get ready." In an instant, a star map lit up in front of Xing Yan's bulging chest. On the bronze-colored shield, there was a ferocious beast biting a long-handled axe with 27 star slots. Before the start of the competition, any star techniques that were activated were not allowed to be used. Otherwise, they would be considered to have violated the rules and withdrawn from the competition. However, the star map could be lit up. Xing Yan had clearly expressed his attitude. He would definitely not underestimate this battle. That also revealed a piece of information. He might want to fight with Jiang Zhao. On Xing Yan's star map, the 16th star slot emitted a dazzling ray of light. Jiang Zhao held the sword in one hand, and his heart raced. He recognized that star slot. It was the star slot of Axe Storm. The image of Xiangnan Military School's king of soldiers being hit and slashed around in the Axe Storm was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Zhao could withstand that level of attack, but he definitely didn't want to let Xing Yan have the upper hand because of that. Xing Yan really wants to attack? In the nick of time, Jiang Zhao raised his hand and silence was ready to attack. The referee said, "The competition begins." Bang! A shot of silence smashed onto Xing Yan, whose body suddenly tilted. Obviously, for any of Jiang Zhao's opponents, they would never try to take the blessing head-on. Xing Yan didn't attack? Didn't he want to attack? Is all this just a tactic? It doesn't seem to have any big effect. To Xing Yan, since he would definitely be hit by silence, it would be a good choice to interfere with Jiang Zhao's state of mind. Xing Yan was sprinting. He was a 2-meter-tall, burly man with tight thigh muscles. Every step he took made a pit under his feet. Xing Yan's speed was not to be underestimated. Of course, he was slower than Zhu Fengyu, but Xing Yan was a contestant in the Galaxy stage. The various attributes of his body were above the standard. However, relatively speaking, everyone knew that Xing Yan was terrifyingly strong. Jiang Zhao quickly retreated. Unknowingly, the halo of nostalgia had already appeared under his feet. His eyes were fixed on Xing Yan, and he threw another shot of silence. The accompanying action of silence was similar to that of blessing. Of course, Xing Yan couldn't judge what star technique the other party was going to use. Hence, Xing Yan dodged it obediently and obediently. His body was hit by silence again, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The star power in his body was stirring his body frantically. The tearing pain in his chest made Xing Yan even more furious. He looked at Jiang Zhao with his beast-like eyes, only to realize that Jiang Zhao was retreating quickly. Moreover, Jiang Zhao's eyes were slightly red. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and drizzled. The raindrops fell on Xing Yan's body, causing him to widen his eyes as if he had seen something unbelievable. Whoosh! A ray of blessing fell instantly, and Xing Yan hurriedly dodged. It was a close shave. Xing Yan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't give his opponent any chance. Otherwise, the battle would have already ended when he regained consciousness. Xing Yan and Jiang Zhao's bodies were infinitely closer. He felt the vitality and star power in his body continuously flowing away. He also felt that his emotions were constantly falling. The drizzle had also turned into a drizzle. Bang! The blade of the axe brushed past Jiang Zhao's body and landed heavily on the wet grass. The turf and soil splattered everywhere, and the blast of air surged out. Jiang Zhao was directly blasted away. The blade of the axe did not hit Jiang Zhao at all, but Jiang Zhao was still thrown away by the majestic wave of star power. Xing Yan's star power was overflowing because Jiang Zhao did not throw Sound of Silence at his feet. Since he had decided to go the Tears of Sorrow sect, he had to turn the drizzle into a downpour in the shortest time possible. A single shot of Sound of Silence would cause a huge disruption to his plan. Jiang Zhao was a person who used his brain to fight. Xing Yan was completely different from Zhu Fengyu. He might not even be able to take a normal attack from Xing Yan. His strength was too strong. Hence, Jiang Zhao had no choice but to find the key to victory through the relatively weak side of his opponent. Kiting might be the best choice. Dong! Jiang Zhao's body flew out, and his back slammed against the sturdy cage, but the outline of a human was embedded in the cage. In his line of sight, Xing Yan's huge figure was magnified infinitely, and the heavy axe was already right in front of him. Whoosh! The iron cage was directly torn apart by the giant axe, and the star power from the explosion blew up all the iron cages around it. However, Xing Yan's expression was grave as he fiercely slashed to the side. The giant axe swung through the air, and there was actually no one. F***CK. Teleportation. Mother***Ker. Teleportation. In the end, he still showed up. If he doesn't leave, he will die here. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Zhao disappeared from the bottom corner of the left half of the court and appeared at the bottom corner of the right half of the court. 90% of the star power in his body was used up, and the fine raindrops slowed down slightly, but there was no sign of a break. More importantly, the halo of nostalgia under Jiang Zhao's feet still existed. Activating the halo of nostalgia and maintaining the halo of nostalgia required different amounts of star power. The star power in his body continued to grow, and his vitality and physical strength recovered rapidly. Jiang Zhao only felt that his body, which had been blown up by the explosion, gradually calmed down. The sky seemed to have darkened at this moment. Strong winds swept, dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The drizzle finally turned into a downpour. The two of them stood at the bottom corner of the court and looked at each other from afar. On the green court, the distance of more than 100 meters was very short, but in this heavy rain, Xing Yan was afraid that he would never be able to finish walking. Xing Yan knew that even if he really passed through this heavy rain, he would always be a distance away from Jiang Zhao by teleportation. Xing Yan's body was trembling violently, and his eyes were wide open. Jiang Zhao leaned on the giant sword and held the sword of silence in his hand. Tears fell like rain. I'm sorry for reminding you of the sad past. I want to win this match. Chapter 532. It was a double night watch, and there was one more night watch at 8 p.m. Many citizens around the stadium noticed the abnormality in the sky. Originally, it was still a blue sky with white clouds and warm sunshine. Suddenly, the sky became gray and hazy. The weather changes really quickly. Hurry up and go. The people on the streets around the stadium were in a hurry, but the strange scene made some of them stop in their tracks. It was indeed raining in the gray sky, but the drizzle seemed to only be in the stadium and had nothing to do with the world outside the stadium. From afar, people could even see the distinct curtain of rain. If that was not considered a strange scene, the sky above the stadium was covered with dark clouds, and the drizzle turned into a torrential downpour. People were shocked to discover that the storm, lightning, and thunder were really limited to the stadium. They who were outside had nothing to do with all of this. Oh, I remember now. The national team selection for the World Cup seems to be held in the People's Stadium. Could it be a star technique that manipulates the weather? Oh my God! What level of Star Warrior is this? Can someone really control the wind and rain? People stopped to take a look. Not long after, this clear line of demarcation was on Weibo. Like a rocket, it rushed to the top of the search list. In the stadium, Xing Yan roared loudly. Xing Yan roared loudly. His voice was mournful and full of extreme anger. Jiang Zhao, Pai. Jiang Zhao looked at Xing Yan, who was sprinting frantically as if he was looking at a trapped beast that was bumping around without any order. The stamina and patience of a beast would eventually be exhausted due to such reckless behavior. Jiang Zhao was also waiting for that moment silently. Of course, the Star Warriors had excellent stamina, but Jiang Zhao's tears of sorrow were not a joke. The heavy rain drenched Xing Yan's body and burned his vitality frantically. Everyone has a different way of dealing with low emotions. Low emotions can also trigger sad memories in people's minds, and people also have different ways of dealing with these memories. As a real man, Xing Yan's reaction included crying. However, it was not limited to crying, but anger and killing intent. A bolt of lightning pierced through the dark sky, followed by the sound of thunder. In everyone's eyes, Xing Yin was sad and angry. The moment before he approached Jiang Xiao, who was leaning against the edge of the cage, flashed away again. The heavy rain blocked Xing Yan's vision. He wiped his face, and his hands were mixed with tears and rainwater. He held an axe in one hand, and the 16th star slot on his body suddenly lit up. Under the dark sky, it seemed rather abrupt. The axe blade storm seemed to be his final fatal blow. The sound of silence completely shattered all the fantasies in his heart. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Woo, woo. Xing Yan's body was smashed by the sound of silence. He clenched his teeth and strode forward. His body seemed to stagger a little, and in this violent storm, another shot of silence smashed his head and feet, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Xing Yan still had combat power and star power. However, his body did not get up again. Compared to his physical body, the first thing to be destroyed was his soul. The tears of sorrow didn't just burn his life force. It also caused his emotions to plummet, falling into an endless abyss. He could no longer participate in the match. He gripped the wet turf tightly with one hand. Ring, ring, ring on the other side of the green field. Jiang Xiao leaned against the iron cage with an extremely sullen expression. He pressed one hand on his chest and continuously released the platinum bell of steadiness to himself. Dong! Xing Yan punched the ground heavily and even smashed a small pit in the green field. I'm sorry. The 2-meter-tall, steel-like, burly man cried like a child. He could no longer hold on, and his emotions completely collapsed at this moment. He no longer shouted, and all that was left was the sound of sobbing. He lay on the ground and buried his face deep in the turf. He no longer resisted and did not try to get up. He let the heavy rain continue to burn his life. However, to Xing Yin at this moment, everything was no longer important. The victory, the ranking, the technique, the substitute, and even his life were no longer important. I'm sorry, huh? I'm sorry. Xing Yan's sobs were very soft, and his body was constantly trembling. No one knew who he was apologizing to. The pair of fan-like big hands grabbed his head tightly. Due to the excessive force, his knuckles were slightly white. People were even afraid that he would accidentally crush his head. The heavy rain that obstructed people's vision finally subsided. Drizzle, drizzle, until there was not a single drop of rain left. Number 57. Victory. The referee's voice came from outside the field. The rain was clearly demarcated and did not hurt any staff or contestants. Therefore, the referee's voice was clear and did not seem to be mixed with any emotion. However, the contestants and the leading teachers were quietly watching the heart-wrenching scene on the green field. Apart from the referee's words, the stadium was dead silent. Under the hazy sky, there were two men with different postures. One was lying on the ground and sobbing softly, while the other was sitting on the edge of the iron cage with a gloomy expression. Even Jiang Xiao himself could not escape from such a large-scale and indiscriminate attack. From this perspective, Jiang Xiao and Xie Yan were in the same situation. The difference was that in order to hurt the other party, Xie Yan had to hurt himself first. Jiang Xiao was at the center of the rain. If he wanted to hurt others, he would implicate himself. Sigh. Jiang Xiao leaned against the iron cage and sighed deeply. Should I bring an umbrella next time? However, in this violent storm, it was inevitable that the heavy rain would be swept by the strong wind and attacked from all directions. Would the raincoat be effective? Wasn't the raincoat the same as the clothes he was wearing now? The external manifestation, which was the rain, would be blocked by the raincoat. However, the star power and half-life effect would seep into the target's body. Ring, ring, ring this time. Jiang Zhao's bell did not press against his chest. Instead, it crossed half of the field and hung on Xing Yan's body. Then, it turned back and shuttled back and forth between the two people on the field. Slowly, Xing Yan's trembling body stopped, and the faint sound of sobbing quietly disappeared. The competition authorities showed their humane management. For a full minute, no one asked the two of them to leave the field. The students for the next round also did not urge them to leave. They did not even want to step into the green field, let alone the wet grass. Suddenly, Xingyin got up. He did not care about the giant axe that was scattered to the side. His body staggered slightly. He used both hands to tear open the iron cage and walked out. Number 81. Please return to the spectator seats. The referee reminded him. Xingyin turned a deaf ear to all of this. He stumbled out. His mind seemed to still be in a mess, or perhaps he did not know where he wanted to go. He just needed some time alone and did not want to see anyone. Ring, 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 Jiang Xiao walked over. The crisp and sweet sound of the bell shuttled back and forth between the two of them. Jiang Xiao did not know how to comfort the man who was outside the iron cage and looking around in confusion. Jiang Xiao had hurt him. Regardless of whether it was his body or his heart, he was completely hurt. He even caused the other party's spirit to completely collapse. This was an indisputable fact. However, this was a competition. There were winners and losers. This was how the world worked. Xingyin, who was looking around blankly like a headless fly, gradually calmed down in the sound of the bell. Of course, maybe it was just on the surface. The staff member who tried to lead Xingyin back to his seat was pushed away by Xingyin's strong arm. He finally found the direction, which was the opposite direction of the staff member. Xingyin strode away. In the huge stadium, there were many small passageways. He walked towards one of them. Number 81. You are not allowed to leave the field. Please strictly abide by the rules. Otherwise, you will be treated as withdrawing from the competition. Remember, you still have the losers group competition. The referee's voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the microphone. Xingyin's movements paused slightly. 3 seconds later, he took another step forward. However, such rules did not have any restrictive effect on a person who did not care about winning or losing. He did not even care about life and death. Xingyin, Jiang Xiao shouted loudly. Perhaps in everyone's hearts, this person was the one who should not speak the most. Xingyin stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head. His eyes were wide open like copper bells. They were very big, but they were also very lifeless and empty. Jiang Xiao bent down and picked up the giant axe that had fallen to the ground. He walked out of the iron cage that Xingyin had torn apart and gestured to Xingyin. Axe. Unexpectedly, Xingyin spoke. Axe, Xingyin said. Jiang Xiao nodded. He turned his hand and inserted the axe into the ground. Xingyin slowly stepped forward and walked towards Jiang Xiao. Fang Xingyun and Zhao Wenlong stood up from the audience seats. The staff member's heart was also in his throat. The participating students quietly watched the development of the situation. A giant beast walked towards the tiny one step at a time. So, see you in 2 years? Jiang Xiao looked at Xingyin and said. As he took large strides and got closer, Jiang Xiao raised his head slightly. Xingyin pulled out the axe and lowered his head to look at Jiang Xiao silently. I'm in my 4th year this year. Oh. Jiang Xiao nodded. Then, see you again. As he spoke, Jiang Xiao turned around and left. Ring, 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 the bouncing medical light shuttled back and forth between the two of them. The sound of the bell gradually dissipated, leaving only the faint floating medical light that slowly faded away. Behind him, Xingyin weighed the axe in his hand and followed up. Jiang Xiaopi, you'd better be all right. Jiang Xiao humphed. Why don't you leave? Anyway, the substitutes don't have many opportunities to play. Xingyin said. It's too early to say that. Under the gaze of the staff, the two of them walked back to the audience seats one after another. Past the second stage of the national team selection. Rewarded skill points, 100. Chapter 533. The next morning, in the room of the hotel. Slurp. Ha! In his sleep, Jiang Xiao vaguely heard a strange sound. He opened his sleepy eyes and saw a white wall in front of him. To Jiang Zhao's bewilderment, Xingyin's silent face seemed to have appeared on the white wall. Yesterday, after the competition between Jiang Xiao and Xingyin ended, Xingyin calmed down completely with the help of the platinum bell. After weighing the pros and cons, he followed Jiang Xiao back to the audience and sat down. After that, Xingyin was terrifyingly silent, just like how Xie Yin would be after a battle. Jiang Shao wouldn't deny that he had been greatly affected too. Perhaps that was also the reason why the country strictly controlled the Forest of Tears. The Star Technique Tear Rain was really too powerful. If the Forest of Tears was open to the younger generation and all the Star Warriors had this Star Technique, it wouldn't be a good thing for the growth of any generation of Star Warriors. Wounds on the body could always heal, but wounds on the heart were really hard to mend. If such a Star Technique were to appear on a large scale, it would not only affect the growth of the new generation of children, but it would also cause a huge and painful blow to the adult Star Warriors. In life, the longer one lived, the more one would experience. Whose life was easy? The political activist Frederick Douglass once said, "It's much easier to nurture a strong child than to repair a broken adult." The effect of the sorrowful tears was probably the most appropriate one. The pressure and blows from the outside world might not be able to break a determined adult, but everyone had a pain in their heart that they were unwilling to touch. This was especially so for the Chinese who valued their family. It was difficult for them to truly let go of the problems that appeared in their family. Once such images and emotions were drawn out, the mental breakdown that came from the depths of one's heart would probably take a long time to calm down. The Sorrowful Tears Star Technique in the Tear Spirit Star Bead was of gold quality, which was already strictly controlled by the country. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's Sorrowful Tears Star Technique was of platinum quality, which was far more terrifying than gold quality. Back in the Forest of Tears, Jiang Shao had merely experimented with heavy rain, and Song Chuanxi immediately begged Jiang Shao to stop. The effect was obvious. The Forest of Tears should be strictly controlled by the government. Indeed, such star techniques should only be used in the military for special missions and battlefields, or to deal with foreign enemies. They should not be used on a large scale in domestic competitions. As an apprentice of the Wasteland Reclaimers, Jiang Shao only obtained that star technique because of the Wasteland Reclaimers. Jiang Shao did not want to say that he was sentimental, nor did he want to be a hipster. Since he had come to this strange and dazzling world, he only wanted to be mischievous and unrestrained. Using an interesting method and as relaxed as possible to do something meaningful, it would not be a waste for him to come to this world. However, Xing Yan's words, "I'm already in year 4, made Jiang Shao feel a little sad. These courageous students and those contestants who had been eliminated, no matter if they were juniors or seniors, this might be their last chance. But this was a competition. Winning was the purpose of Jiang Shao stepping onto the green field. Hence, he shouldn't have shown any mercy to his opponent. Since he respected his opponent, he had to do his best to defeat his opponent. This was the correct way of thinking. However, the tears of sorrow had indeed affected Jiang Shao greatly. Jiang Zhao's mood and thoughts had finally returned to normal after a night's sleep. Of course, the effects of Platinum Bell were also part of it. Jiang Shao was glad that he had done the right thing. He used Bell to stabilize Xing Yan's emotions again and again. After all, Xing Yan was just an opponent and not an enemy. Jiang Shao just wanted to defeat him, not destroy him. Slurp! Huh! The strange sound was heard again, awakening Jiang Shao, who was deep in thought. He grabbed the blanket and turned around, only to see Master Zhao sitting on the sofa, watching the silent television and holding a cup of hot tea in his hand. "You're awake?" Zhao Wenlong asked. "Oh, why is it so hot?" Jiang Shao got rid of his messy thoughts and restrained his emotions. He then propped himself up and leaned against the headboard while speaking. Slurp! Huh! Zhao Wenlong took another sip of tea, picked up the remote control, and turned off the silent mode of the television. The list of the top 8 for the national team's individual competition has been officially released. Although the list of 10 has yet to be confirmed, the list of the 8 Tigers has been confirmed. Please watch the detailed report below. The list of the national team's starting lineup appeared on the television screen. Capital Star Warriors: Ho Mingming, Zhao Wenlong, Jiang Xiaopi. Central Plains Star Warriors: Xie Yan. Great Tibetan Star Warriors: Fan Ren. Shanghai Star Warriors: Ember. Huadong Navy Military Doctor: Wu Xiaojing. Southwest Star Warriors, XIN. There were 8 players in the starting lineup. 5 were combat awakened, 2 were rules awakened, and 1 was a support. This list was very much in line with the characteristics of the members of the individual competition in the World Cup. The combat awakened was the king. Among the combat awakened, there were the most melee fighters with 4. There was only one shield warrior, Fan Run, who came from the Great Tibetan Province in the southwest. The rules awakened were followed by Xian Ian and Wu Xiaojing. Of course, there seemed to be an incredible thing mixed into the list. A little toxic healer who had lost his way. Jiang Xiao picked up his mobile phone and listened to the broadcast on the television. He said, 8 tigers will be sent out first. Zhao Wenlong asked, what's wrong? Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and said, I've heard of the 5 tigers and 7 heroes, but I've never heard of the 8 tigers. Zhao Wenlong said, Principal Yang called to express his concern yesterday. While scrolling through Weibo, Jiang Xiao asked, Oh. Zhao Wenlong said, Teacher Fong brought me and Hong Mingming to chat with Principal Yang for a while. You fell asleep, so we didn't disturb you. Jiang Xiao said, Oh. Zhao Wenlong said, After the selection, Principal Yang said that he would send someone to give us some star beads as rewards. Jiang Xiao turned around and looked at Master Zhao, who was drinking tea. He said, That's a good thing, but my star slots are full. Zhao Wenlong shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. By the way, the school is going to let the 3 of us film a promotional video together, but that's a matter for after the selection, Zhao Wenlong continued. Let's film it. We don't have the right to resist anyway. We just have to be obedient, Jiang Xiao said casually. Jiang Xiao said casually, having gotten over it. However, his fingers that were swiping across the screen of his mobile phone paused for a moment. Jiang Xiao hadn't posted on Weibo for a long time. Due to the discipline of the competition authorities and the preparation for the competition, the last time he posted on Weibo was when he took a group photo with the 3 of them in the cafe before the competition. Now, there were more than 300,000 comments under the post. Jiang Xiao, Pai, did you come to this world just to discourage us? Brother Xiaopi, I miss you so much. Can I post you on Weibo? God Pai, you can do it. Milk those foreigners to death. Awesome Xiaopi. Top 8. National Team Starter. Support. Medical Star Warrior. You're crazy. Is that something a human can do? Screw you, Jiang Xiaopi. The price of the white ghoul witch star beads has doubled. Are you even human? Jiang Zhao's finger was fixed on that reply. Zhao Wenlong turned around and asked in bewilderment, What's the matter? No, nothing, Jiang Xiao said frantically. He looked at his Weibo and thought to himself, the staff is really quick. In Jiang Zhao's official certification, there was an additional Star Warriors World Cup national team member after a National High School League champion and most valuable student in the finals. Jiang Xiao thought about it and said, The news has already been broadcasted. It's fine for me to post on Weibo, right? Zhao Wenlong thought about it and said, The less you say, the less mistakes you'll make. Jiang Xiao humphed and thought, If you don't let me, the toxic healers, speak, my toxicity will be reduced by half, right? A blessing can only be used against one person in the competition, but a Weibo post can be used against millions of people. The range of the damage. Jiang Xiao rephrased his words and posted on Weibo. Jiang Xiao, be mischievous or not, just posted from Fruit 7, plus someone asked me, when was the loneliest? I said, it was in the spring of 2017. I was selected for the national team and participated in the World Cup. But my peers are still doing questions in high school. Jiang Xiao, who had not been making waves for a long time, finally spoke up, causing an uproar in the Weibo comments. The strange rain at the People's Stadium in Sioux City had already become a trending topic on Weibo. As a support, Jiang Xiao was selected for the national team. That piece of news had also been trending, and it was even ranked above the starting list of the national team. There was already a problem. Be it the individual competition or the team competition, anything that was related to the national team would become a hot topic. Hence, Jiang Zhao's Weibo post, Toxic Healer, how dare you insult me? Are you out of your mind? Zhu Wu said, Brother, it hurts. Damn it. I really want to beat him up, but I can't. Sob. Asterisk, asterisk, ha, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. One against a whole group. One healer at a time. Chinese citizen Elena said, I'm not asking you to be a human, but can you act like one? It's a national public execution scene. They're all playing with their phones during morning classes. Damn it, they're all out. Jiang Xiao closed his eyes and sighed deeply. The haze from yesterday had been swept away. Comfortable. I don't want to be artistic. Don't be sad. The semifinalists are still waving at me in tomorrow's competition. I want to be playful. I want to be wild. Let's get high. Jiang Xiao put down his phone. He really couldn't read the comments anymore. The high school students in the country seemed to have suffered 10,000 points of damage. There seemed to be a splash effect, too. Many high school teachers had also joined in. Huff, huff. Zhao Wenlong brought the teacup to his mouth and blew on it gently. Zhao Wenlong saw Jiang Xiao closing his eyes comfortably and looking refreshed. Zhao Wenlong shook his head helplessly. He didn't know what the toxic healer was up to again. He picked up the teacup and brought it to his mouth. Slurp. Huh. He would continue to update tomorrow. Chapter 534. The students who participated in the national team selection were all managed in a unified manner. Although they couldn't /T control when they got up and washed up, there were clear requirements for when they had their meals. At 7:20 in the morning, Jiang Xiao washed up and followed Zhao Wenlong out of the room. They went to the restaurant on the west side of the hotel for breakfast. Jiang Xiao had his breakfast in this restaurant every day. Compared to the hustle and bustle before, there were only a few figures in the huge restaurant now. After all, there were only 16 contestants, and their leading teachers left in the hotel. If nothing went wrong, there would only be 10 contestants left after today. Jiang Xiao took the plate and picked up a piece of date cake, a potato cake, a tray of soup dumplings, and 2 boiled eggs at the front of the buffet restaurant. He then scooped a bowl of soy milk happily. Fang Xingyun and Ho Ming were not around. He didn't /T know if they had already finished eating or if they had yet to wake up. However, Jiang Xiao saw a familiar figure and walked over with a plate. You have a good appetite, huh? Xing Yin raised his head. There were still bits of egg yolk in his mouth. His mouth was full of food, so he didn't /T choose to speak. Instead, he humphed. Jiang Xiao looked at the pile of eggshells on the table and couldn't /T help but feel his scalp go numb. It was confirmed. The Terminator of chicks. This man ate so many unhatched chicks. Aren't /T you too cruel? Jiang Xiao looked at the pile of eggshells and continued. Don /T you know that you have to dip eggs in sauce before eating? Xing Yin was speechless. At the side, Zhao Wenlong also sat at the table with a plate. The life of a retired cadre made Jiang Xiao /S scalp go numb again. On Zhao Wenlong /S plate, there were 2 pieces of pastries, a fried egg, and a plate of vegetables. He was also holding the cup of tea that he had brewed. Please respect your Star Warrior profession. You exercise so much every day, and you only eating so little? Look at Xing Yin. He /S a real man. Look at the bowl of braised meat rice and the empty basket of steamed buns. You, Zhao Wenlong. A beautiful figure suddenly sat down beside Jiang Xiao. Huh? ISN /T this the tree goddess? Jiang Xiao looked at her curiously. Guys like Jiang Xiao and Xing Yin were more resistant to sitting next to each other. Hence, the 3 of them sat very far apart. Xian was petite and did not take up much space. Jiang Xiao did not say anything. Most importantly, it wouldn't be appropriate for Jiang Xiao to move his plate away now that she was sitting there. If we meet in the quarterfinals, just put on a show. I will admit defeat. Xian held the chopsticks in her fair and tender hands and stirred the red and spicy beef noodles on the table. Oh, Jiang Xiao thought about it and agreed. Okay. At the thought of Xian, green came to Jiang Zhao's mind, which didn't match the red beef noodles that she was eating. Xian turned to look at Zhao Wenlong with an inquisitive expression. Zhao Wenlong nodded cooperatively. Got it. Xian smiled politely and lowered his head to eat the noodles. Kacha. At the side, Xing Yin, who had been ignored, crushed another hard-boiled egg. After that, the four of them did not talk much. After Jiang Xiao had breakfast, he went back to his room to rest for a while. At 7:50 a.m., he went downstairs to gather with his team members and took the bus to the People/S Stadium. The main characters of the day were not the top 8. Although the top 8 also had a competition, the Battle of the Losers was the highlight of the day. Among the 8 players in the losers group, the top 2 would be chosen as substitutes and enter the list of 10 players in the national team. Everything would be revealed today. The 8 players in the starting lineup had obviously been determined, but the qualifying competition still had to continue. During breakfast, Xian obviously did not want to fight hard anymore. After all, she had already obtained the starting position and did not care about the ranking in the team. If nothing went wrong, there should be some people who had the same thoughts as Xian. They did not care about the so-called ranking. However, among the 8 of them, without exception, all cared about winning or losing. After all, they were star warriors who had fought their way out of the country. It was impossible for them not to have a strong desire to win or lose. Perhaps, before the competition, they were thinking about following the rules of the competition, putting on an act, and going through the selection process. However, if they really fought, they would probably get angry. Under the guidance of their respective teachers, the students took their seats one by one. Then, the 6-year-old child pouted and was carried up again. It was worth mentioning that after entering the top 8, the numbers of the top 8 players were changed. They were arranged from 1 to 8 according to the order in which they advanced. The last 8 players did not change their numbers. They would fight for the number 9 and 10. Instead, Jiang Xiao and the others became the warm-up students. After the introduction by the staff, everyone also knew the process of today/'s competition. The winners group would decide the top 4, and the losers group would decide the top 4. The winners group would decide the top 2, and the losers group would decide the top 2. At this point, the list of 10 players in the national team was basically determined. However, the winners group and the losers group would have their own battle for the championship. The winner of the winners group would be awarded the title of the captain of the national team, while the winner of the losers group would be awarded the number 9. What was truly meaningful was the title of captain of the national team. It was the same for the 2nd to 10th place. After becoming the captain, 1/S identity would be different. It was not that there would be a lot of resources, but at the very least, it would be difficult to bypass the captain of a national team for all kinds of interviews and exposure of the team. It would be great publicity for the school and even their hometown, and it would also increase the influence of the individual and the school. Imagine the reaction of a Tibetan Star Warriors student who suddenly emerged from a group of powerhouses in Beijing and Shanghai to become the captain of the national team for the individual competition. Xian reckoned that the Southwest Star Warriors University would probably be unhappy. Hence, Xian also said that he would pretend and admit defeat. However, Jiang Xiao was different. He could do whatever he wanted. Even if the sky collapsed, there would still be a way out. He and Zhao Wenlong were clearly holding the fort. If they couldn't/T become the captain, Jiang Xiao wouldn't/T be blamed. Number 1. The staff member took the ping-pong ball from Jiang Xiao, twisted it, and announced loudly. Xie Yin raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Jiang Xiao rested his elbows on his knees, clenched his fists, and rested his chin on his fist. He looked like he was praying and muttered, "Zhao Wenlong. Zhao Wenlong. Zhao Wenlong." Zhao Wenlong was dumbfounded. Hou Mingming smirked. In fact, many of the people present wanted to see this competition. It would definitely be exciting to see 2 boxing masters fight. The staff member grabbed the ping-pong ball from Jiang Xiao/his hand, twisted it, and raised it high. Number 3. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Huh. Zhao Wenlong couldn't/T help but laugh. Jiang Xiao was the 3rd to advance, and his current number was 3. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Did I heal myself a little too much? Hou Mingming was displeased. He hadn't /T met Jiang Xiao since the top 32. Damn it, Ho Mingming swung his hand forcefully with a displeased expression. Jiang Shao felt much better when he saw this scene. He stood up and raised his right hand, indicating that he had no objections. The staff member gestured for Jiang Shao to continue drawing the ping-pong ball. Jiang Shao lowered his head and looked at the extremely displeased Ho Mingming. He pressed his hand on Ho Mingming /S shoulder and muttered softly, "What can you do about life if you can /T get what you want?" Ho Mingming raised his head and looked at Jiang Shao /S ugly face. He couldn't /T help but take a deep breath to calm his tumbling emotions. Speaking of which, why does this kid speak with such a tone? Is that even a lyric? Get into the top 4, Ho Mingming said coldly. Jiang Shao sat down and grinned. These words of Xie Yinxiang really make one's hair stand on end. I can /T beat him. Ho Mingming trembled a little and clenched his fists tightly. He squeezed a word out of his teeth. Cry. You /re so unreasonable. Jiang Shao crossed his legs leisurely. I am a man of steel with a strong will and a determined heart. Why would I cry so easily? Jiang Shao, hi. Ho Mingming turned to look at Jiang Shao and squeezed a word out of his teeth. Number 2. The staff member /S voice sounded from below. Ho Mingming could only stand up and raise his right hand high. However, he kept looking down at Jiang Shao with a cold expression. Number 8 is pretty good too. I am satisfied, Jiang Shao said as he leaned back comfortably. He even reached out and patted the giant sword on his right side, looking like he was coaxing a baby to sleep. You must be tired too. Don /T fight to be the first in everything in life. Stop occasionally and look at the surrounding scenery. Admire the weeds and wildflowers. Admiring weeds and wildflowers was the most coquettish. Zhao Wenlong couldn't /T stand such serious and flirtatious words. He really couldn't /T help but burst out laughing. Number 6. Zhao Wenlong was dumbfounded. Number 6 was Zhao Wenlong /S number. The internal battle in the capital. Ho Mingming bumped into Zhao Wenlong again. Ho Mingming immediately targeted Zhao Wenlong. All right, he /S also a very strong opponent. It /S acceptable to fight Zhao Wenlong instead of Jiang Shao. Number 4. Ember stood up. Number 8 against me. Wu Xiaojing raised her right hand high. TSK. It /S another group of love and hatred. The remaining 2 automatically became opponents. Number 7 Fan ran against number 5 Xian. The staff said, contestant from the first group, please come forward. Jiang Shao stood up with his giant sword and hurriedly left the place. It turned out that Ho Mingming was the place where Jiang Shao got into trouble. On the other side, the silent Xie Yin also walked up to the arena. Contestants, get ready. The referee yelled. A huge fish-shaped star map immediately appeared on Xie Yin /'s body, and there were black flames burning on his clenched fist. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and thought, is he expressing his stance? This silent beast wants to go all out and fight like a normal competition? Does he want to be the captain? Jiang Xiaopi, you'd better be more serious. Enter the top 4. Ho Mingming stood up from the audience and hollered angrily. Hey! Jiang Shao grinned. I don't /T want to be the captain, but I don't /T want to become a crybaby either. Begin. The referee yelled. As soon as the command was given, Xie Yin tilted his body abruptly, obviously trying to avoid the blessing. Besides, he seemed to have realized that he would be silenced, so his body did not burn with black flames. However, to Xie Yin /S surprise, Jiang Shao did not attack. Xie Yin frowned slightly and spoke in a sullen voice, which was rare for him. If you don't /T fight, admit defeat. It /S impossible for me to admit defeat. I will never admit defeat in this lifetime, Jiang Shao said. Since the other party is so serious, it /A rare opportunity for me to spar with him. He /S a boxing master, after all. Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that his freehand combat had not been upgraded for a long time and had been stuck at Silver 9. If he were to engage in a life-and-death battle with an expert, would he be able to advance? Anyway, it didn't /T matter whether he won or lost. If he could surpass the barrier of the gold quality in this battle, wouldn't /T he make a huge profit? After all, regular sparring was different from life-and-death battles. According to Yin his current state, he should be able to stimulate the advancement of his boxing skills, right? At the thought of this, Jiang Shao hooked his finger at Yin and said, "Come." Yin raised his eyebrows slightly, and his body burned with black flames. He then dashed over quickly. "Oh, that one /T do. I only eat sweet things, not bitter things," Jiang Shao murmured. Seeing that Yin was getting closer and closer, Jiang Shao threw out a sound of silence. It immediately extinguished the black flames on Yin his body. Yin looked at the motionless Jiang Shao with a sullen expression. He neither cried nor gave his blessings. Yin seemed to have realized something. This kid wants to compete with me? Ban star techniques? Out of everyone's expectations, Yin, who was supposed to be in unbearable pain from being smashed by silence, actually had the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Yin clenched his fists and walked out of the domain of sound of silence. However, he did not use any star techniques and simply swayed his body from side to side. His figure was erratic, and he quickly approached Jiang Shao. However, Jiang Shao /S next reaction gave everyone a great shock. Jiang Shao stabbed the giant sword into the ground and got into a standard fighting stance before dashing forward. Competing with a boxing master? Is this kid going all out? He stabbed the giant sword and cast sound of silence. He won the 4th place and lost the 8th place. Chapter 535. Add more chapters for Chief Rex. Write more words and hope that everyone will have a good time. Sob. Bullying a child. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's mood was exactly the same as that of the child who was carried up by the staff just now. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Unlike Zhao Wenlong, Xian's punches and kicks would not be accompanied by the sound of da. He was just a silent beast, be it externally or internally. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Jiang Shao was sent flying more than 20 meters away. That was really far. It felt like he was flying. Phew! Xian heaved a sigh of relief and tilted his head slightly to look at Jiang Shao, who was still sliding backward. Jiang Shao slid backward while rubbing his chest. The damn diamond endurance. I can't get hurt at all, but it doesn't delay the pain at all. Do you still want to fight? Xian asked. In the beginning, he still had some respect for Jiang Shao, but after fighting for 7 minutes, Jiang Shao was completely outclassed by Xian in terms of speed, strength, and various physical attributes. Although Jiang Zhao's punching techniques were not bad, they were still inferior to Xian's. The point was that this kid was simply unkillable. Every time he fell to the ground, he would just rub his butt and get up. Be a chest hit, a leg kick, or even a throat hit, Jiang Shao would always be able to rub his butt and get up. That was extremely annoying. The two of them made a silent agreement not to use their star techniques, but Xie Yin realized that he had been tricked. Jiang Zhao's defense was beyond his imagination. If he didn't use his star technique, it would be really difficult to defeat Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao rubbed his buttocks again and got up. Jiang Shao said, "Of course, I almost kicked you just now. I was just half a second late." Xie Yin was a man of few words, and he had had enough of Jiang Zhao's shamelessness. Feeling indignant, he said, "Is that even a matter of half a second? You're inferior by an entire level. Kid, don't be too arrogant." Jiang Shao raised a finger and shook it at Xie Yin. "You might have won, but I definitely didn't lose." Xie Yin was dumbfounded. "I won, and you didn't lose? It's just the two of us fighting here. I've already won a small victory. Why haven't you lost? Who exactly did I win against?" In the next moment, pitch-black flames ignited on Xie Yan's body. Bang! Soul imprint. The sound of silence instantly extinguished Xie Yan's black flames, causing Xie Yan's head to spin and his blood to surge. Jiang Shao tilted his head to the left and right, letting out a crisp sound of his bones. He strode over. What do you want? I told you, I can't take hardship. Xie simply stood still and waited for Jiang Shao to rush forward. Bang! Fly away, come again. Bang! Fly away, come again. Bang! Fly away and come again. Xie Yin changed his strategy and did not spar with Jiang Shao at all. He purely relied on his body to crush Jiang Shao, sending him flying with punches and kicks. It seemed that Xie Yin had accepted his fate. When the time was up, the referee would announce the result. The competition lasted for 20 minutes. Almost half of it had already passed. He decided to bear with it. The contestants, teachers, staff, including the referee, all looked at the punching bag from the Capital Star Warriors Alliance helplessly. He might be mischievous, but he kept getting up again and again. It was obvious that he wanted to learn from his opponent. He was not afraid of pain or being mocked. He was extremely persistent. Zhao Wenlong couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and yelled, Xiaopi, I'll practice with you when we get back. Hurry up and come down. Jiang Shao had just gotten up and was scratching his head helplessly. Xie Yin did not owe him anything, and Xie Yin was aiming for victory. Hence, it was normal for him not to cooperate. Jiang Shao thought about it and said to Xie Yin, I'm going to use my star technique. Be careful. Upon hearing his words, Xie Yin frowned slightly, only to see Jiang Shao raising his hand, and a ray of blessing landed. Xie Yin's eyes froze. Silence was a silent agreement between the two of them, but raising his hand to give blessing was akin to blowing the horn of battle. Jiang Shao unilaterally tore up the peace agreement. Xie Yin quickly dodged and dashed forward without waiting for Jiang Shao to attack. As soon as he ran out of the range of silence, a faint figure floated out of his body. Jiang Shao nodded secretly. Only by going all out and engaging in a real life-and-death battle would one be able to comprehend the deepest level of techniques. Sparring was only suitable for exhibition matches. We're Star Warriors. Jiang Shao flew out again, but this time he did not fly to a distance of 20 meters. Instead, he was intercepted by Xie Yin halfway. Gold quality star technique pursuing shadow. Xie Yin's figure appeared directly above Jiang Zhao's shadow, and he smashed Jiang Shao into the turf with his elbow. There was even a faint outline of a human figure embedded in the soft turf. Jiang Zhao's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly turned over to dodge. Xie Yin stepped on him, and black flames overflowed, staining Jiang Zhao's body. But this kind of burning pain was nothing at all. Jiang Shao lay on the ground, exerted strength in his limbs, and slammed upwards diagonally. Green glow appeared on Jiang Zhao's shoulder, and he used an unconventional move to flip Xie Yin, who was chasing after him. Jiang Shao thought to himself that blessing would be his next move, but his entire body froze. Pain! Jiang Shao felt a sharp pain in his eyes, accompanied by a burning pain. His face was extremely sullen, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. The burning pain then spread to all his limbs and bones, and none of his body was spared. So, is this what it feels like to be a Star Warrior? Jiang Shao turned around with a menacing expression, only to find that Xie Yin had already landed firmly on the ground. It would be difficult for anyone to maintain a calm state of mind in the face of such pain and torture. Xie Yin's body flickered slightly like a television with a bad signal that could disappear at any time. Jiang Zhao's mind raced, and he endured the pain. However, he didn't need to look behind him at all, for he knew that there was a faint shadow waiting there. However, Jiang Shao pretended not to know anything, and green glow appeared on his calf. At the moment when Xie Yan's figure flickered again, Jiang Shao turned around and kicked him. Xie Yin indeed appeared behind Jiang Shao, replacing the shadow that was standing there just now. He reacted extremely quickly and lowered his body, allowing Jiang Zhao's leg to sweep past his scalp. Xie Yin lowered his body and stomped on the ground, after which he punched Jiang Zhao's back, causing the dark flames to explode. Jiang Shao lay on the ground and slid on the turf for a while. That was a standard prostate breaking action. In the end, Jiang Zhao's momentum gradually slowed down, and he stopped at the very beginning. In front of his head was the giant sword that he had inserted at the beginning of the battle. However, Xie Yin did not chase after him, and simply said, "Pick up your sword. Since you're serious, bring out your strongest side." Jiang Zhao's expression turned sullen, and he slowly got up. To the experts present, such a scene was extremely shocking. No one could remain calm during a battle with Xie Yin. From the looks of it, this mischievous little toxic healer's determination was far stronger than the others. Along the way, all of Xie Yin's opponents ended their battles in tears without exception. As time passed in the battle between Xie Yin and his opponent, Xie Yin's movements were constantly changing, and his mind and consciousness were constantly blurring. He couldn't care about the so-called battle at all, and could only barely endure the pain and torture until he finally collapsed. And from the current performance, this little toxic healer didn't seem to be lost. In fact, Xie Yin also found Jiang Zhao's reaction a little strange, but he did not ask, "How many capable people do you have? I'll just fight." Jiang Zhao smirked, but he ignored the giant blade and continued walking forward. "I'm here to learn. If you say I don't need it, then I don't need it. If you have the ability, then kill me." Xie Yin's expression changed slightly, as if he was being looked down upon and treated as a tool. With the black flames burning on his body, Xie Yin was incomparably furious. He sped over, and with every step he took, a faint shadow would drift away. Everyone in the audience perked up. Xie Yin was going to be serious this time. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive exchanges, Xie Yin kicked Jiang Zhao, who was struggling to resist. "Damn it, it hurts," Jiang Zhao said fiercely. He had been punched and kicked for almost 10 minutes. Accompanied by the black flames, Jiang Zhao's ruthlessness also rose. A green glow appeared on his elbow. The moment Jiang Zhao flipped over, he directly punched upwards. Xie Yin, who had been trampled down, was directly sent flying more than 10 meters into the air due to the gold-quality green glow and Jiang Zhao's great strength. Jiang Zhao was originally lying on the ground, looking at Xie Yin, who was flying upwards, each with a ferocious expression. "Your greatest weakness is that you have nowhere to borrow strength from." Jiang Zhao raised his hand and gave a blessing. Xie Yin seemed to have realized all of this a long time ago. Before Jiang Zhao stood up, the black flames on his fist had already increased in intensity. Extremely ferocious. A fist blasted down. The two of them were a few meters apart. So how could that fist hit him? But in front of everyone's eyes, an incomparably huge fist made of black flames descended from the sky. That huge burning fist had a diameter of at least 5 meters. Rumble. The grass around Jiang Zhao's body caved in and the soil flew. Even Jiang Zhao's entire body was blasted downwards, his body embedded into the soil. And in the sky, Xie Yin, who was enveloped by the blessing, his slightly ferocious expression changed slightly. A strange smile actually appeared on his face. That ferocious face actually revealed a smile. This could not help but remind Jiang Zhao of the black flame demon in the Black Rock Mountain. Any black flame demon, when receiving Jiang Zhao's blessing, would enter a special state of mind: joy, excitement, surprise. This was because the black flame demon's entire life was tormented by the burning pain. The accompanying effect of the blessing would only make them cry tears of joy. As for the subsequent ambivalence that eventually led to the black flame demon's self-destruction, that was a different matter. To Xie Yin, he was a human with high intelligence and his own thoughts. He could not have such ambivalence. Jiang Zhao knew he had encountered a problem. At least when Xie Yin was burning, the silver blessing did not seem to be able to make him lose focus. Both Xie Yin and the black flame demon would experience that wonderful feeling, but different from the black flame demon, Xie Yin would not be stunned. The comfort of the blessing was offset by the extreme pain to a certain extent. What cannot be denied was that the continuous, intense burning pain really did have an eye-catching effect. Looking at Xie Yin's ferocious face with a strange smile, Jiang Zhao threw out a countercurrent light. Let's drink some mana first. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Do you really think you can cancel out the effects of my blessing? If there was no audience around, I would let you know what a true platinum blessing is. Bang, bang, bang. Cien, who had just been sent flying by the green light, waved his hands, and a few huge fists with a diameter of 5 meters came crashing down. Jiang Shao was a real man, a true man of iron blood. After forcefully taking on a few illusory giant fists, his entire body had already been blasted into a deep pit several meters below. Everyone, including Xie Yin, did not expect Jiang Shao to be so tough. Forcefully resist, not dodge. Hurt each other. Don't be afraid. I, Jiang Shao, am going to lie down and fight with you today. Then, Jiang Shao threw a sound of silence into the air. It directly extinguished the black flames on Xie Yan's body. The next moment, blessing hit. Jiang Zhao's expression was ferocious. The blood in his chest was surging, and there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, he stared at Xie Yan, who was falling from the sky. Now, your black flames have been extinguished, right? You shouldn't be in pain now, right? Awesome. Hurry up and enjoy. There is no one that I, the king of poisonous healers, cannot bless. Not me. What the F***? Jiang Zhao's mind suddenly went blank. The countercurrent light was still connecting the two of them. The dizzy Xie Yan let out a strange guttural sound and fell heavily. On the other hand, Jiang Shao was already comfortably nourished by the countercurrent light. Although in terms of vitality, the injured Jiang Shao and Xie Yan, who were continuously burning their vitality, were evenly matched. In terms of star power, Xie Yan was one-sidedly nourishing Jiang Shao. The sharp Ho Mingming suddenly sensed something and exclaimed, "Galaxy!" Fang Xingyun was stunned to hear that. She hurriedly got up and rushed down, only to be stopped by the staff. On the arena, Xie Yan, who was muddle-headed after being healed, spat out a mouthful of mud and got up from the pit. However, he also felt that something was amiss. The star power in the pit was too dense. It was as if all the star power in the world was gathering there. Xie Yan looked around in shock, only to see Jiang Shao lying in the pit with an intoxicated look on his face. Xie Yan frowned slightly and thought about it for a moment before quickly turning over and leaping out of the pit. He did not attack or disturb Jiang Shao again and simply left quickly. He even opened the door of the cage and left. There were many students in the audience who had star techniques of perception. Of course, they vaguely knew what was going to happen when they sensed the dense star power in the arena. Is it really? The little poisonous healer is going to break through to the galaxy realm while lying in the pit? On the green field, a large amount of star power gathered like headless flies and rampaged in Jiang Zhao's body, making it difficult for him to distinguish whether it was comfortable or painful. At the next moment, a dreamy Big Dipper star map slowly unfolded on Jiang Zhao's body, and the overwhelming star power seemed to have finally found a direction and route. It then swarmed towards him. The spots of star power converged into a river, creating a majestic scene. It shuttled back and forth between the 9 stars. Jiang Zhao's eyes were glazed over. Looking at the vast and beautiful starlight in front of him, he murmured softly, "Hello, galaxy." Chapter 536. Star Power Upgrade. Galaxy Stage Level 1. Under normal circumstances, it should be Galaxy Stage Level 0. However, Jiang Shao advanced from Nebula Stage Level 10. In other words, unlike the other Star Warriors who entered from the peak of the Nebula Stage, Jiang Shao entered from the Half-Galaxy Stage. Hence, Jiang Shao advanced directly to the Galaxy Stage Level 1. The star power in his body actually made Jiang Shao feel like he was walking on clouds. When Jiang Shao crawled out of the pit, the glittering gold and silver star map blinded the eyes of the students. They couldn't find a single brass star map. 1 star silver, 2 star gold, 3 star silver, 4 star silver, 5 star silver, 6 star gold, 7 star. What's 7 star? Platinum? Please refer to Chapter 426, Star Positioning Map. Oh yes, it's the Toxic Healer's star technique, teleportation. That terrifying star technique should be of platinum quality. The 8-star is also of gold quality. I reckon it should be the magical crying star technique. TSK, TSK. Good lad. He looked around and saw only 2 words, honorable. Although the Toxic Healer has few star slots, he's of high quality. If Jiang Xiao knew what they were thinking. Gao Gao. Is this considered high? If I were to reveal the real star map, it would be a piece of platinum. There's even a large diamond embedded in it. Jiang Xiao put away the star map, feeling indescribably comfortable. When he first arrived in this world and came into contact with star techniques and released them, Jiang Xiao felt the wonders of this alternate world. Now, Jiang Xiao once again felt the magic of this world. After breaking through to the galaxy stage, he felt like he had been reborn. Wow, my body is full of power. Wow, why is my body so light? Wow, I'm not blind anymore. I'm not deaf anymore. I can easily go up to the 5th floor in a single breath. The teachers of the national team, the students, and the staff present were all very patient. No one disturbed Jiang Xiao, allowing him to quietly enjoy the wonderful feeling of the galaxy stage. Jiang Xiao carefully sensed it for a while before raising his head and looking around. Xie Xiaohe, why did you go to the audience? Xie Yin lowered his head and ignored Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao yelled, Xie Yin, what happened to you? Xie Yin finally raised his head, seeming somewhat impatient. He casually waved his hand and said, I admit defeat. Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment. Why are you admitting defeat? We haven't decided on a winner yet. Xie Yan's voice was low as he said, The moment you blessed me, I already lost. As he spoke, Xie Yan lowered his head and ignored everything around him, once again immersing himself in his own world. Don't. Jiang Xiao scratched his head. I was just about to go all out and practice my skills. Why did you go down? Speaking of which, when I broke through to the celestial river realm, in order not to disturb me, you directly turned around and left. Such a move was really heartwarming. I have to repay you. Come up, I'll give you a few blessings. Number 3 wins. The referee announced and ordered, Please leave the arena as soon as possible. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips. Xie Xiaohe had sent him to the celestial river realm with just a few punches. Jiang Xiao was still thinking about letting Xie Xiaohe throw a few more punches to see if he could push his silver 9 freehand combat to gold 9. Jiang Xiao felt that Xie Yan's words were not convincing enough. Perhaps to Xie Yan, after receiving the blessing, he would be at the mercy of others. However, Jiang Xiao felt that there was another reason why Xie Yan quickly left the arena. It might be to avoid arousing suspicion. If Xie Yan really wanted to be the captain, it would be a different story. If Xie Yan only wanted to fight to his heart's content and didn't care about the captain's position, then he could forfeit the match and leave. After all, he had already entered the top 8 and was a starter. It didn't matter what his ranking was. Jiang Xiao had inadvertently entered a state of breakthrough in this battle, and no one knew if Jiang Xiao could succeed. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If not, Xie might be in trouble. After all, this was not a private battle, but a national team selection. Jiang Xiao had already been confirmed as one of the starting members of the national team. Any problem that escalated to the national level would definitely not be a small quarrel between the two of them. Of course, the arena was huge, and Xie Yan could have retreated to the corner of the end line, which might even be further away from Jiang Xiao than the audience. However, Xie Yan was extremely decisive and left directly. Be it in terms of attitude or the nature of the battle, he had completely disassociated himself from Jiang Xiao's breakthrough. This Xie Xiaohe, although he looks quiet on the outside, he has his own way of thinking. Jiang Xiao strode forward and pulled out the giant sword that was inserted in the ground. Due to the fact that he had just advanced, he was now in a good state. Hence, Jiang Xiao flashed and returned to his seat. At the next moment, Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned. Oh my god, what kind of star power reserve is this? In the past, when Jiang Xiao was half a step into the galaxy stage, He could use up 90% of his star power when he used the space-time rift. Now, after entering the galaxy stage, Jiang Shao used the space-time rift once and only used 1% of his star power. What do you mean by leaping through the Dragon Gate? Is this really a qualitative leap? I'm finally no longer a green caterpillar. Have I evolved into the cracked constellation? Even the space-time rift, which consumes the most star power, is like that. The amount of star power consumed by the other star techniques is nothing. It's no wonder that people call me Star Warriors after advancing to the galaxy stage. It's no wonder that every time I connect with little Jiangxue using the countercurrent light, the star power in my body would be instantly filled up. Now that I think about it, I'm really just a small fry in Han Jiangshue's eyes. She can fill up my entire body with star power. What about second last, who's in the galaxy stage? It's really tough on Master Second Last. She's in the galaxy stage, so she's definitely stronger than those in the galaxy stage. Based on my current physical attributes, Second Last strength and speed, she can probably crush a small nebula with a slap of her hand. Thank you, Master, for not killing me. I've wronged you. I thought that you had a bad temper, but it seems that you're really tolerant of me. Congratulations, Zhao Wenlong said with a look of joy on his face. Jiang Shao could tell that he was genuinely happy for Jiang Shao. Fang Xingyan also walked over and patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder delightedly before patting the dust off his body. How do you feel? Very good. I feel like I've been reborn, Jiang Shao said truthfully. Good, good, good. Fang Xingyan said, your situation is very special. I'll report it to the competition authorities and get you to move around at the edge of the venue to experience it. No, Master, don't trouble yourself. I'll sit down for a while and think about it, Jiang Shao said frantically. Fang Xingyun raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't ask Jiang Shao what he wanted to think about. Jiang Shao watched as Ho Mingming and Zhao Wenlong got off the stage and pondered to himself. What's going on with this freehand combat Silver 9? How long has it been stuck here? I've already entered the galaxy, so why hasn't it moved? How can I advance its quality? Jiang Shao relied on his skill points to advance his Xia family swordsmanship from gold to platinum. Before this, when the Xia family swordsmanship was upgraded from silver to gold, it was unintentionally activated. It was during the battle between Jiang Shao and Song Chuanxi that he unintentionally had an epiphany. He straightened his sword and blocked Song Chuanxi's whipping leg. He also cut off one of Song Chuanxi's legs. It was that unintentional action that unlocked the gold quality of the Xia family swordsmanship and activated the personal dagger effect. So, did he also need a flash of inspiration to advance to gold quality in barehanded combat? I've been stuck for so long. I won't be able to flash it anymore. I'd better not delay my future cultivation and just go for it. I have skill points now anyway. Jiang Shao thought to himself. I'm already in the galaxy, but my freehand combat is still at silver. It's too degrading. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao directly threw 10 skill points into freehand combat. Freehand combat leveled up. Gold quality level 0. F***. Jiang Zhao's mind went blank as he muttered softly. No wonder the quality couldn't be upgraded. Jiang Shao followed the Chinese Sanda routine in brass quality freehand combat, but when he advanced to silver quality, it was given something related to Muay Thai. And this gold quality freehand combat actually gave me ground techniques, ground strike techniques, and ground joint techniques. Who the hell can advance to gold quality in a flash of epiphany? Jiang Zhao's freehand combat is based on standing, isn't it? Naked twist, decapitation, cross block, ground elbow, ground knee, ground trample, a large number of techniques, as well as various derived movements and various offensive and defensive methods in combat, quickly filled Jiang Zhao's mind, making him feel a little confused. Can this still be called freehand combat? Wouldn't it be better to call it mixed combat? In the ruins of Calamity, Ninetails pondered for a while and silently opened his eyes. It's time to find another sparring master. However, before looking for a sparring partner, I have to commit suicide first and then summon a galaxy stage physique as bait. My current body has the physique of a nebulous stage. Ninetails touched his chin and muttered to himself, if it's the galaxy stage, I should be able to increase the intensity of the training. I have to find a better sparring partner too. I should find a gold-quality golden companion or clothing companion. While secretly thinking, Jiang Xiao and Ninetails nodded at the same time. However, at the thought of wrestling, hugging, and locking throats with those ugly, grimacing creatures, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but shudder. Is there a better master sparring partner? Jiang Xiao thought about all the creatures of other dimensions he had seen. In the end, he looked at Xie Yin, who had his head lowered in silence, and then looked at Zhao Wenlong in the green field. Zhao Xiaobai Xie Xiaohei. Out of the two, gold quality combat and hegemony are within reach. It's time to study the captivity play. A new VIP fully subscribed group was created, 872611742. Screenshots of all subscriptions were required to enter the group. Nurturing would often appear and be mischievous. Oh. Chapter 537. V Group Number 872611742 requires full fan subscription. Book Friends Group 1 184119551. Book Friends Group 2 996861497. If you want to enter V Group, please go to Book Friends Group 1 or 2 first. Find the administrator, Icebird, or IAG, Awakening God. Send a screenshot of all subscriptions in a private message, and then apply to enter V Group. Due to the heavy workload, I can only do this for the time being. Sorry for the trouble. Also, I will continue tomorrow at midnight. 9-star Poison Milk, Book Friends Group, and V Group currently typing. Please wait for a moment. After the content is updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 538. Jiang Xiao had imagined how intense the battle between Zhao Wenlong and Ho Mingming would be countless times in his mind. Now, Jiang Xiao was mesmerized by the sumptuous banquet and exclaimed in satisfaction. Ho Mingming shot out 2 strings of black feathered arrows, each with 7 arrows. They crossed the green field and shot towards Zhao Wenlong S head and right leg. However, Zhao Wenlong did not panic at all. He took a horse stance and threw a left hook and right hook while saying, "Those who provoke me will be in danger." I got it wrong. Zhao Wenlong, who was dressed in a white robe, took a horse stance and punched forward, and a roaring 5-clawed golden dragon was blasted out. The golden dragon's body was incomparably huge. Whether it was the arrows aimed at the top of its head or the arrows aimed at the bottom of its right leg, they were all knocked away by the giant dragon baring its fangs and claws and exploded on the spot. The 2 of them stood at the starting point of the competition and did not move. The center circle of the green field was already filled with black fog, and the sounds of explosions could be heard. Ho Mingming smirked. She was dressed in white sportswear and a white baseball cap. As she pulled the bow and shot the arrows, her body stretched, and it was a pleasant sight. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 strings of black feathered arrows flew out and rushed into the black fog. However, they suddenly split into 2 and turned at a right angle. One went up to the left, while the other went down to the right. That seemed to be Ho Mingming /S fighting habits. She always liked to attack the opponent /S right leg. Zhao Wenlong punched a tiger and kicked a dragon. The 2 strings of black feathered arrows were clearly arranged. No matter what the black feathered arrows were mixed with, they were all torn apart by the golden dragon and tiger. Zhao Wenlong easily dealt with the 2 strings of arrows and said, "Their /, no need to test the waters." Ho Mingming slowly put down the bow in her hand. Zhao Wenlong smiled and said, "You and I have been competing for 4 years. Until now, I am afraid no one in the world knows each other better than us." Ho Mingming snorted and said, "It is only about the battle." Zhao Wenlong nodded and did not say anything else. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "I am afraid it /LL be difficult to determine the winner in 2 hours. let alone 20 minutes. Ho Mingming thought for a moment, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Suddenly, she drew her bow and shot an arrow at the top of her head. Hmm? Zhao Wenlong suddenly looked up and saw a scarlet arrow hanging high in the sky. Although it did not touch the top of the iron cage, it was about 20 meters high. Ho Mingming shot out a series of crimson explosive arrows. Zhao Wenlong nodded thoughtfully. A single scarlet explosive arrow was enough to rain down a rain of explosive arrows. From the looks of it, it was clear that the green field was going to explode. However, Zhao Wenlong did not stop Ho Mingming. Instead, he asked loudly, "Are you going to risk your life again?" Ho Mingming knocked an arrow and snorted. "What? Are you begging for mercy and admitting defeat?" Zhao Wenlong slowly stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. His gown fluttered in the wind as he said, "Fate." Ho Mingming had stopped drawing his bow and shooting arrows. In the air, there were already a total of 8 explosive arrows. Ho Mingming stood up straight and said, "You leave it to fate. For me, it depends on strength." However, Zhao Wenlong smiled and looked up at the explosive arrows hanging high in the air. He said, "The chances are the same." Ho Mingming threw the pitch-black bow, an arrow onto the ground fiercely. As if he had given an order, the 8 arrows hanging in the sky turned into hundreds and thousands of arrows, and a stacked explosive arrow rain fell instantly. Rumble. Amidst the flames, Ho Mingming said loudly, "I can only win, just like the previous time." The sounds of explosions, along with the flames that soared into the sky and the billowing air waves, completely exploded in the green field. "It's so damn cool." Everyone in the audience stood up one after another. The battle between the two of them actually produced an effect that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Is this a battle? This is simply a natural disaster. The surging waves of air blew against Zhao Wenlong's long robe, dispersing the thick bangs on his forehead and revealing his resolute face. Ho Mingming lowered the brim of his hat with one hand and remained motionless. He did not use any defensive star techniques at all. Just like that, the two of them stood in the middle of the rain of arrows. Neither of them defended, neither of them retreated. They were fighting with their lives. Luck, courage, and determination. No one would have thought that the two powerhouses from the capital would actually use such a method of rolling the dice to resolve the battle. Perhaps, just like what they said, the two of them had been competing for 4 years and knew each other very well. Hence, there might not be a clear winner in 20 minutes. Besides, Ho Mingming seemed to have said that the two of them had not fought before, unlike what everyone thought. They had definitely fought before, at least once. Besides, it was during Ho Mingming's victory. Xiaopi. All of a sudden, Jiang Xiao felt someone patting him on the shoulder. Jiang Xiao looked at the exciting scene and couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned around, only to realize that it was Fang Xingyun. Fang Xingyun hid his mobile phone in Jiang Xiao's pocket and said, "Your sister is looking for you. It's urgent." Jiang Xiaoming froze for a moment and put his hand into his pocket, but he did not take out his mobile phone. Amidst the rumbling explosions, Jiang Xiao could not be bothered to watch the intense competition anymore. Instead, he flashed and appeared in front of a staff member. The staff member was also watching the exciting battle and was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the figure in front of him. "Sir, I want to go to the toilet," Jiang Xiao said. The staff member was speechless. "Can't you go to the toilet at any time? Do you have to go now? Can't you hold it in during such an exciting competition? Ah, you're still too young. Look at me, a middle-aged man. I've been holding it in for 2 hours, and I'm as steady as an old dog." Although the organizers were the dominant party, the staff member had to take good care of the national players in front of him. The staff member nodded helplessly and brought Jiang Xiao to the players' tunnel. "I really can't hold it in anymore. Can I flash over? Go to the toilet and look for me. I promise nothing will happen," Jiang Xiao said while stamping his feet. The staff member was speechless. "That's a platinum star technique. That's teleportation. You want to use it to go to the toilet? I really want to slap this toxic healer." Jiang Xiao stomped his feet anxiously again, looking like he was suffocating. As the staff member nodded, Jiang Zhao's body flashed and disappeared without a trace. "What's the matter, little Jiang Xue? Little Jiang Xue? Did something happen to you?" Jiang Xiao hurriedly asked. "I'm fine, don't worry," Han Jiangxue said coldly, making Jiang Xiao heave a sigh of relief. "Second last is looking for you, but she couldn't get through to you. She called me instead." "Give her a reply," Han Jiangxue said. Slightly stunned, Jiang Xiao asked, "Huh?" Han Jiangxue said, "What's with the huh?" "Give her a call as soon as possible. She's very serious, and she should be looking for you about something." Jiang Xiao frantically said, "Okay, I'll call her back now." Be careful," Han Jiangxue added. "Okay, you too. I'll call you after I'm done with the competition and return to the hotel. I'll hang up first." Han Jiangxue said, "Okay." Jiang Xiao hung up the phone and dialed a number based on his memory. After the call got through, Jiang Xiao frantically asked, "It's me. What's the matter?" He knew second last's temper very well. If Jiang Xiao didn't speak, she would probably hang up the phone after waiting for a few seconds. Second last's hoarse voice could be heard on the other end of the line. "Where are you?" Jiang Xiao answered, "Zhongyuan, Sioux City, People's Stadium. I'm here for the national team selection. I've already made it to the semifinals." On the other end of the line, second last remained silent for a while before saying slowly, "I need you." Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Second last continued to speak in a hoarse voice, "My light chasing team needs you." Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and looked at the door of the toilet. Of course, he couldn't see the venue from there. Jiang Xiao was just subconsciously trying to look at the green field. He didn't hesitate at all and quietly said, "Where should I go to find you?" Second last said, "You're very straightforward." Jiang Xiao smiled and said, "You need me. That's enough." On the other end of the line, after a few seconds of silence, second last said, "Wait, someone's coming to pick you up." Second last then hung up the phone. Jiang Zhao's heart was in his throat. She had said that she would be watching him from a corner of the world and watching him strut around in the international competition. But now, she was calling for help from a certain corner of the world. Given their personal relationship, Jiang Xiao wouldn't hesitate at all. In this bizarre world, Jiang Xiao only had a few close relatives, and he didn't want anything to happen to them. Teachers, superiors, subordinates, or friends. Second last had been by Jiang Zhao's side all the way, giving him advice and guidance. She had even gone through thick and thin with him. Sigh. Jiang Xiao sighed deeply and put away his mobile phone. He then walked towards a sink and turned on the tap. There was only one thought left in his mind. Who the hell bullied my big cat? Damn it. Second last's massive body leaned against the wall, and she put away the small and heavy black brick phone before looking up at the dark night sky. There were no stars, no moon, and not even a single cloud could be found. This was a pitch-black night sky. Apart from the darkness, there was nothing else. While she was deep in thought, second last vaguely heard some noises. She frowned slightly and turned around to push open the dilapidated door of the warehouse. "We'll help you again." "Help you? We're helping your country." A man hollered angrily with a tang sword in his hand. The man with the tang sword watched as a badly injured and half-dead person was carried out of the room by two soldiers. The man with the tang sword finally erupted in anger, and his handsome face became a little twisted. He then walked forward with the sword in his hand. Chapter 539. More updates for the leader of FXUI. Calm down. Shadow Crow. A burly man who was more than 2 meters tall stepped forward and frantically stood in front of the man who was called Shadow Crow. However, this 2-meter-tall brawny man was forcefully pushed forward by the man with the tang knife. The scene was very much like a small car pushing a bus forward. The prisoner, who was being held by the two officers, opened his eyes in a daze. He spat a mouthful of blood at the man with the tang sword and spoke in English with a strange accent. "Huasha dog, we don't need your help. Get lost and go back to your home." F***ck. Shadow Crow, second last said in a hoarse voice. The chaotic scene immediately stopped, and everyone turned around to look at her. Second last looked at the two soldiers who were holding the prisoner and said, "Let's go. Get out. Go back to China. We have a savior. Long live Kajin." The prisoner struggled frantically and yelled loudly, while his bloodshot eyes were filled with fanaticism. The soldiers carried the prisoner away quickly, and second last fixed her gaze on Shadow Crow. The man squatted down and held the tang, sword tightly in his hand, while his chest heaved up and down violently. The burly man at the side asked, "Captain, what did the higher-ups say?" Second last said, "We have to complete the mission at all costs. We can only succeed and not fail." The burly man said anxiously, "The team has suffered heavy casualties and we're severely understaffed. Even a medical awakened in our team lost their lives." Shadow Crow humped coldly and said, "We don't need medical awakened or large-scale encirclement. Just get a few melee fighters to chase after that bitch. At most, they won't be able to return. The more people there are, the more damage that bitch will cause." The burly man said, "The Guardians of the Night are all helping them destroy the holy ground. How can there be anyone for you?" "I agree with 80%, second last said. Shadow Crow was slightly stunned because he didn't expect his captain to say that. The burly man asked in bewilderment, "Captain?" Second last said, "I called for backup." The burly man asked, "Did the higher-ups send someone for us?" Second last shook her head and said, "I called for backup myself." The brawny man's expression became anxious. "Captain, this is our light-chasing team's mission. It's a secret mission, a serious military mission. You can't just randomly call it." Inga stopped him, "Tengu." The burly man with the code name Tengu stopped speaking and nodded at second last apologetically after realizing his attitude. Second last said, "He's a light chaser, my teammate, Nine Tails." The higher-ups have agreed. Shadow Crow and Tengu were taken aback. Nine-tailed? Wasn't the tail feather squad broken up? And weren't there only 1 to 4 tails? Where did the 9 tails come from? Second last said, "Let's go and help the troops nearby destroy the holy ground now that she and her believers have disappeared." Tengu licked his lips and sighed. "Let's lock up as many as we can." "Captain, do you think, will the future of the entire Earth be like this?" Recently, there have been many regions with abnormal activity in the dimensional space. Second last said, "Shut up and carry out the mission." Huaxia, Zhongyuan Province, in the stadium. Jiang Xiao and Fang Xingyan sat in the last row. Both of them looked very serious. "You're actually a guardian of the night and a light chaser." Fang Xingyan clasped her hands together, a little dumbfounded by Jiang Xiao's words. "I thought you were an apprentice in the Wasteland Reclaimers." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm just an apprentice in the Wasteland Reclaimers. However, I'm a regular soldier in the Guardian of the Night. I'm a member of the Light Chaser Squad, the Tail Feather Squad." Fang Xingyun stared at Jiang Xiao in bewilderment and wondered, "What did I just hear? A Light Chaser Squad with a designation? The Guardians of the Night are special enough, and the Light Chasers are even more so. If your team has a designation in the Light Chasers," Jiang Xiao didn't say anything else. It seemed that Hai Tianqing didn't tell Fang Xingyun about his experience in the army. Perhaps Hai Tianqing hadn't found a chance yet, or the way he quit the team wasn't honorable, so he didn't want to talk about it. In that case, Jiang Xiao had no reason to point it out. He said, "My superior summoned me and wants to send someone to pick me up." Fang Xingyun asked, "What about your preliminaries?" "I've already made it to the semifinals, and I've been in the starting lineup for a long time." "The World Cup only starts in June, right?" As Jiang Xiao spoke, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes, accompanied by 2 staff members, arrived at the last row of seats in the audience. The middle-aged man gestured to the 2 staff members, and they turned around to leave, giving the man, the teacher, and the teacher some space to be alone. On the green field, embers from Shanghai Star Warriors University and Wu Xiaojing from Huadong Naval Medical University were still fighting. At the back of the audience, Jiang Xiao had already entered another world. At least, his thoughts had completely detached from the competition. It was worth mentioning that Ho Mingming had won the battle just now again. Perhaps it was the blessing of Lady Luck, but when she dragged her injured body and got up, Zhao Wenlong, who was far away, was lying limply in the deep pit and couldn't stand up again. Although Hong Mingming was vomiting blood, her face was covered in dirt, and her clothes were tattered, the corners of her mouth that were stained with blood curled up slightly. She looked so arrogant and confident. What really made Hong Mingming's confident smile disappear without a trace was that when the two of them were healed at the same time, Zhao Wenlong regained consciousness very quickly and his body recovered even faster than hers. Zhao Wenlong admitted defeat naturally, but Hong Mingming seemed to have discovered something strange, which reminded her of the private fight between the two of them previously. The damaged field was repaired with the efforts of the staff. At this moment, it was already time for the next match. "Hello, Jiang Xiaopi." The man in the suit extended his hand and introduced himself in a friendly manner. "Wu Ji, I'm in charge of the selection of the national team." "Hello, leader." Jiang Xiao stood up and grabbed Wu Ji's hand with both hands. He then shook his hand gently and politely. Wu Ji nodded with a smile and said, "I just received a notice that the Guardians of the Night in the Northwest want to transfer people from my team. I thought it was a joke, but it was indeed an order from the higher-ups. That made me very surprised. I didn't expect there to be a regular Guardian of the Night in my team. Through these few matches, I think I already know why you were able to join the Guardians of the Night." Jiang Xiao said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I was specially recruited because I participated in a few missions previously. Under normal circumstances, I would only officially join the Guardians of the Night after I graduate from university. I don't know what happened." "You don't have to know," Wu Ji suddenly said. "You don't have to ask either." Jiang Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself. "Leader," Wu Ji leaned forward and pressed his hand on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. "As long as the country calls, we will fight unconditionally. That's the meaning of our existence." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked, "Veteran?" Wu Ji nodded and said, "Wasteland Reclaimers in North China." He only reported the area, but not the specific team. He continued, "Complete your mission. If time permits, try to return to the team as soon as possible. I'll reserve a spot for you. Of course, if you don't come back, student number 9 will fight on your behalf." Jiang Xiao was extremely touched. He initially thought that there would be some trouble, but it seemed that it was really a green light. "Thank you for your support." Wu Ji turned to look at the arena below and said, "The arena, the battlefield, the students, and the soldiers are just different forms of performance. We have to return everything to the most basic essence. As a Chinese, as a Star Warrior, what is the meaning of our existence?" Jiang Xiao said, Wu Ji said, "Your teacher in charge will take down my contact information. When you return, just report to me directly. I'll give you special permission to leave the team now." Jiang Xiao nodded and said, "Thank you. You're welcome. You do what you should do, and I'll do what I should do." Wu Ji looked at Jiang Xiao with a solemn expression and tilted his head towards the audience. "Wait at the entrance. Those people will be here soon." Jiang Xiao stood up and picked up the giant sword in his hand. He glanced at Fang Xingyun before turning around and striding down the spectator stands. "Comrade, come back alive," Wu Ji said solemnly behind him. Jiang Xiao's heart sank. He reckoned that Wu Ji probably knew some information. From another perspective, the level of the mission that made Second Last make a phone call to transfer people from Shudu was definitely of a high level. Are there no outstanding medical awakened Star Warriors in the Northwest Guardians of the Night? Impossible. What exactly is the reason that Second Last is so insistent on transferring Jiang Xiao? Is it because of shortage of manpower? Or is it because of trust? Of course, Jiang Xiao didn't have to belittle himself. To others, Jiang Xiao might not be the best. However, to Second Last, who had grown up with Jiang Xiao and knew him very well, Jiang Xiao was definitely strong to a certain extent. There was nothing wrong with Captain Second Last transferring a member of the Tail Feather team. It was just that the member had a special identity and was participating in the competition. Most of the melee fighters in the arena had sharp ears and eyes. When they turned around, the other students who were still watching the battle also looked over. However, he saw Jiang Xiao carrying the giant sword and walking down the spectator stands before turning around to walk towards the player's tunnel. Ho Mingming hurriedly got down and stood at the exit of the player's tunnel, staring at the figure that was leaving. She yelled, "Jiang Xiaopi, where are you going?" Jiang Xiao walked forward quickly without responding. Ho Mingming couldn't hear the conversation just now clearly, but she heard the last sentence clearly. "Come back alive?" That was a serious matter. Ho Mingming stared at Jiang Zhao's back and said, "Remember, there's still a battle between us." Jiang Xiao did not turn around and simply waved his hand. "See you at the World Cup." Jiang Xiao returned to the locker room and took out his school bag from the cabinet. He then took out his mobile phone and unlocked the screen while walking. Indeed, there were many missed calls. Jiang Xiao thought about it and dialed second last number, but it didn't get through. Standing outside the main entrance of Shudu City Stadium, Jiang Xiao saw a military vehicle speeding over. Jiang Xiao gripped the giant sword in his hand tightly. "Second last. Wait for me." Chapter 540. On the rumbling military plain, Jiang Xiao once again felt the solemn atmosphere before the battle. Jiang Xiao had been on a military plane more than once, but he only had the experience of traveling with all kinds of ferocious soldiers. That was when the Northwest Front was in a state of emergency and the Snow Mountain Territory appeared frequently. Jiang Xiao then boarded the plane under second last lead. The experience this time was very similar to the previous crisis in the Snow Mountain Territory. Jiang Xiao knew that the ferocious soldiers around him should also be reinforcements. Besides, there were rather special reinforcements who were extremely powerful. This world was a bizarre one. Due to the existence of star power, star beasts, and star warriors, some special situations had occurred. A powerful team of star warriors might really have the ability to change the situation. Just like them, Jiang Xiao was the kind of person who would put his life on the line and rush to the battlefield. Here, Jiang Xiao found a sense of belonging. At the very least, he found a sense of belonging with his giant sword. Whenever Jiang Xiao carried the giant sword and appeared in front of the public, he would always attract strange gazes. On this military aircraft, the 2-meter-long, wide, and thick blade did not stand out among the other oddly shaped weapons. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's clothes were rather eye-catching. He was wearing an ink sweater, a pair of shoes, and an ink school bag. Among the group of soldiers dressed in military uniforms, camouflage, and desert clothes, Jiang Xiao seemed to be the odd one out. He was just like a lost high school student. The existence of a giant sword made Jiang Xiao seem more like a soldier. The flight this time was somewhat different from the previous one. After 5 hours, the military transport plane did not seem to be descending at all. However, as the voice in the cabin sounded, the two teams quickly stood up. There were a total of 8 people. Jiang Xiao could easily tell that they were from 2 teams. They were dressed differently, and although they were not hostile towards each other, they seemed to be competing with each other. Jiang Xiao realized that the soldiers around him had raised their hands and grabbed the handles beside them. Some of the soldiers had also fastened their seat belts obediently. Jiang Xiao immediately realized something and hurriedly reached his hands through the handles on both sides to stabilize his body. Crack, crack, crack. After a few seconds, the rear hatch of the transport plane opened. A strong gale swept in, stirring up the remaining 30 soldiers in the transport plane. The squad leaders of the 2 squads modestly declined. One of the squads directly jumped down. A few seconds later, the other squad followed suit. There were 8 of them, and none of them had parachutes. This scene made Jiang Xiao a little confused. The rear hatch slowly closed, and the cabin regained its tranquility. "Jiang Xiaopi, right?" asked a middle-aged man beside him. Jiang Xiao pulled out his arm that was fixed to the handle and hugged the giant sword. He then sat on the seat and turned to look at the soldier. For a full 5 hours, it was terrifyingly quiet. Even the communication within the team was very brief. Jiang Xiao was a little uncomfortable with the sudden conversation. Jiang Xiao nodded. The man smiled and said in a friendly manner, I never thought that you would be one of us. Jiang Shao nodded again and said, It's my honor. My child admires you very much. If it's possible. The man pulled out a military officer's identification card from the left breast pocket of his military uniform. Jiang Shao saw the red and gold-rimmed circular logo inside the military officer's identification card with the word Huang above it. The man pulled out a photo from the interlayer of the military officer's identification card and opened it. It was a photo of a family of 3. The young couple was smiling blissfully. The man was carrying a boy who was about 7 or 8 years old, but he did not seem to like taking photos. Hence, his lips were puckered up. Jiang Shao grabbed the photo and understood what the other party meant. He took out a notebook from his backpack, opened it, and took out a carbon pen. The man glanced at the words on the notebook and said with a smile, You've done a lot of homework. Jiang Shao smiled. The notebook contained a list of the top 32 contestants in the country, including their detailed information, characteristics, star techniques, and so on. Of course, he still had traces of being a member of the national team. Interestingly, Jiang Shao only needed to make a phone call to become a soldier. What's his name? Jiang Shao asked. Yao Bowen. Jiang Shao wrote a line of words on the back of the photo and handed it to the middle-aged man. The man looked at the line of words and was slightly stunned. However, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Thank you. He then folded the photo and placed it back into the interlayer of the military officer's identification card. Huang Qi, Huang Qi. The announcement sounded again, and the man patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder before standing up. Then, another 3 men and women stood up and walked towards the end of the cabin. The 4 of them filed down, but the door at the end of the cabin was not closed. After just 30 seconds, the announcement sounded loudly. Tail feather, tail feather. Under the gaze of the soldiers, Jiang Shao stood up, carried his ink school bag, picked up the giant's sword, and strode towards the end of the cabin. I don't know where to go. I don't know what mission it is. However, when he boarded the plane in China, the soldiers who sent him off gave Jiang Shao a small black brick phone. Besides, Jiang Shao knew where he was. It was the Kankajin Republic, a small country bordering the northwest province of Huaxia. It was a typical landlocked country in Central Asia that was poor and backward. It was one of the countries that Huaxia had been providing aid to for years. In Jiang Zhao's original world, such a country had never appeared. However, it really existed here and had declared its independence in the 1990s. Jiang Shao walked towards the end of the cabin step by step, stepped on nothing, and fell. The bone-chilling wind made Jiang Shao shiver from a cold. Jiang Shao, who was falling vertically, even felt a little out of breath as the wind whistled past his ears. The intense sense of weightlessness made Jiang Shao feel extremely uncomfortable. He didn't know how the soldiers landed. Perhaps they had special flying star techniques or magical flying star pets. However, Jiang Shao could rely on the space-time rift or use the domain tiers to fly freely in his own domain. Jiang Shao couldn't help but lie down on his back, panting violently and rapidly. The sky here was dark. There were no stars or moonlight. It was just empty darkness. If one stared at it for a long time, it would make one shudder. Jiang Shao couldn't help but flash downwards. His body froze in the air for half a second, and in the darkness he saw the dark red light that was flashing. Jiang Shao had had enough of the weightlessness of falling freely. Hence, he looked for the light and flashed away again. Jiang Shao finally saw what the so-called light was. It was a huge space portal. As for why Jiang Shao didn't see any creatures surging out of it, it was because they were pure black and the darkness had become their protective umbrella, allowing them to blend into the surrounding environment. Only the surroundings of the dark red portal were barely reflected in the dark red sky, and their flying figures could be seen. Whoosh! Jiang Shao flashed again and landed steadily on the top of a mountain. Jiang Shao casually opened the shadow ruins and walked in with his school bag. Ninetails had already prepared the mask and black camouflage uniform. By the time Jiang Shao took off his ink-black sweater and changed his clothes, Ninetails had already completed the suicide act. Jiang Shao changed into the black camouflage uniform, put on the circle mask, and summoned a bait dressed in the exact same clothes. The bait was the Galaxy Stage physique bait. Jiang Shao turned around and walked out while carrying the giant sword. He looked up at the huge dark red portal in the sky, only to see a flock of blackbirds circling and chirping around it. They looked like crows, and their cries were similar to crows. Looking up from below, the dark red portal made the sky look dark red, accompanied by the crows that were flying in a counterclockwise direction. The scene was extremely strange. Buzz, buzz. The brick-sized mobile phone in his pocket buzzed, and Jiang Shao took it out and answered the call. We've located your position. Stand there and don't move. Don't try to approach the dark hall, second last said in a hoarse voice. Jiang Shao said, got it. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Shao looked up at the black vortex and the dark red sky. He muttered softly, dark hall, caw, caw. The unpleasant cries of the birds sounded behind him. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and turned around, only to see a flock of black crows flying towards him. Unlike the crows on Earth, they only had one eye, which was huge and took up half of their heads. The flock of black crows flew over Jiang Zhao's head and didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Jiang Shao fixed his gaze on them and slowly turned around to look up. Finally, they revealed their true colors. Without any warning, the flock of black crows suddenly flew down, but they didn't attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded Jiang Shao, who was standing on the top of the mountain, and continuously flew in a counterclockwise direction. Jiang Shao held the giant sword in his hand, tensed up, and scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The sounds of mua made Jiang Shao frustrated. In a flash, he retreated 20 meters away and cast a sound of silence at the same time. Bang! Sound of silence smashed down. There was complete silence. Those words were too suitable to describe the current scene. At the next moment, Jiang Shao, who was behind the mask, widened his eyes in astonishment. In a range of sound of silence, the flock of crows that were flying in a counterclockwise direction suddenly emitted a white ray of light that turned into star power and gathered towards one of the crows. Yes, more than 20 crows had all turned into star power. Only one inconspicuous crow absorbed all the star power. Its body also rapidly expanded into a 3-meter-long giant black crow that had a wingspan of at least 5 meters. It was pitch black from head to toe, without a single strand of hair, except for the lone eye that emitted a faint dark red luster. Jiang Shao was slightly stunned. This flock of crows is actually just one? The giant black crow was clearly severely injured by sound of silence during the casting process. If it were a normal species, sound of silence might not have caused such great damage. However, the giant black crow that had transformed into a flock of crows seemed to have been severely injured due to the special star technique it used. At the next moment, a ray of blessing fell and became the most dazzling light on the pitch-black mountain. A ray of countercurrent light was thrown out, and Jiang Shao dashed forward quickly. The giant sword in his hand had been waiting for a long time. The sword fell. Jiang Shao, who was in the Galaxy Stage, directly cut off the head of the giant black crow with his powerful strength. The huge head fell to the ground and rolled to the side while the lone eye lost its luster. Rah, 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 caw, caw. In an instant, the flock of black crows that had been flying around the dark red teleportation portal covered the sky and earth. They were densely packed like pitch-black clouds, sweeping over from the distant horizon. Jiang Shao knew that his blessing had exposed everything. However, since he was already here, he had already put his life on the line. Jiang Shao stabbed the giant sword in his hand into the ground and looked up with reddened eyes. Kacha! The dark clouds that were rapidly gathering could not be seen in the dark night, but the bright bolt of lightning cut through the night sky. All the teams that were rushing to destroy the holy ground stopped in their tracks. How long has it been since they last saw such a bright ray of light? At the next moment, a gust of wind blew and it drizzled. Rumble. The deafening sound of thunder broke through the sky. After the galaxy stage, Jiangshao had more star power to activate the tears of sorrow, causing the drizzle to quickly turn into a torrential downpour. In everyone's line of sight, the strange rain suddenly fell, and the flock of black crows that used to be flying in an orderly manner immediately flew around and crowded together, shrieking miserably. Retreat, retreat. It's not a heavy rain, it's a star technique. Retreat, retreat. If you have a star technique that makes you feel high-spirited, hurry up and use it. Guard your mind. Retreat. Don't panic. This must be the reinforcements that have just arrived. Jiang Shao pulled out the giant sword with one hand and stepped on the boulder with the other. He looked up at the flock of crows that were wailing in pain and falling one after another. He watched as they pieced together one by one and finally turned into a huge black crow. Jiang Zhao's feet were surrounded by the halo of nostalgia. Along with the heavy rain, his vitality decreased rapidly, but also increased rapidly. His star power surged. Ring, 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 bell rang in his chest, and Jiang Zhao's mind cleared up. His figure flickered rapidly, and he suddenly appeared in the sky above the head of a giant black crow. Immediately after, the giant sword that was glowing with green glow slashed down forcefully. Kacha! Kacha! Bolts of lightning struck down and illuminated the night sky again and again. The rapidly activated tears of sorrow completely changed the dark sky. At the foot of the mountain, the military vehicle sped on the muddy road, and Tengu, who was driving, couldn't help but lean forward and look up through the front window. The figure that was flashing rapidly in the sky was extremely strange. Every time the lightning struck, he would appear in a different location. He waved the giant sword in his hand continuously, and the giant crows fell one after another. It was just like an ancient black and white silent movie. Tengu exclaimed in shock, "Nine tails!" Second last, who was seated in the passenger seat, had a rare smile on her cold and aloof face. She nodded slightly and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, Nine Tails. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."